Why, hello. Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. Our continuing mission to explore bold, beautiful new worlds, to restore truth and beauty to art. How are you, my dear sailors and starnauts? We have a lot to talk about. You know, it occurred to me that one of the goals, you know, I talk about this often. Fictional characters have three basic levels. They have the conscious level, the subconscious level, and the deep-seated level. Right? The conscious level is what they know that they want. The unconscious level is what they really want but don't really know that they want it. And then the deep-seated layer is something like really ingrained that's driving them, right? And I realized, you know, I am no exception to this, because the conscious layer of the captain of the Swords of Starship channel is I want fandom back. I want to have a nerd channel to just chew the fat about great science fiction and great fantasy and all of that, where we just have fun. We don't have to have any of this political, ideological chin-wagging. But then I had an epiphany. I realized that the subconscious layer was operating, and I realized that, you know, I really, really hate how art has been bastardized and destroyed in the name of, like, modernism. Like, basically everything ugly, avant-garde. That's what snooty critics call it. When something is basically art that is ugly and nobody wants it, and it's just kind of gross, snooty, intellectual, pedigreed sophisticates of the approved artistic class will tell you that it's avant-garde, it's bold and courageous, and I think it sucks. It's ugly, and the number one force in our culture that has created this is wokeness, and I hate it, and I subconsciously aimed this channel at its destruction. And while that is one of the goals of the Swords of Starships channel, it is not the primary goal. So we're going to talk about, but the problem is, because I was just thinking, I really did not like Jurassic World Afterbirth at all. I really disliked it. It wasn't the worst movie in the world. There's elements of it that are kind of fun. And I was like, why can't I just come onto my channel and talk about 3 or 4 things I really love, and then, like, one thing that sucks? Why is it always that there's 4 things that suck and, like, one thing that's good, if that? And I realized, because Hollywood, that is the main cultural engine that creates all of our films and our television shows and all of that, that whole system really has become a garbage printing machine. It just prints garbage. Just prints garbage. So what we're going to do on this channel is we are going to hasten the ever-increasing irrelevancy and decay of the Hollywood system, while a new golden iron age of independent creation rises. The fire rises. So we're going to talk about that. We have got to talk about Ironheart. You know, those first 3 episodes were so bad. They were so bad. I was like, okay, I've seen enough. I've seen the body. I don't want to watch any more of it. And, but, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. And I decided, what the hell? I'm halfway through it. I'll just content farm the rest of it. Imagine my surprise that the last 3 episodes of that show are even worse. It's really impressive. It's really incredible. So we've got that. And we've also got to talk about Superman is getting weird, folks. It's getting weird. And we're going to talk about that. So we have lots on tap. I have some interesting articles for you. For example, that's right. I almost forgot to mention at the top, Mark Hamill has come clean about his vision for Luke Skywalker. You've probably heard about this. He had a sort of head canon that helped him get into the space that he needed for The Last Jedi. And you probably heard his description. However, you haven't heard what I think about it. I am going to analyze the story elements that he proposes for his headcanon for Jake Skywalker. We're going to talk about that later. So we got lots on tap. So welcome to the Swords of Starships channel. Pull up a chair. Let's hang out. Let's have some fun. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. And Redoubt Productions just released a new video about General Braddock in the French and Indian War. So check that out on his channel. Ahoy, Redoubt. Universal is in the chat. Says, greetings and salutations, everyone. And by the way, a very belated Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day to you, my dear sailors and star nuts. Universal says, I hope the captain didn't waste his time and money on Jurassic World. I suggested he not go. I did waste my time on it. I will say that. Redoubt Production says, Captain, my condolences for suffering through Ironheart. But you get no condolences for sleeping through Jurassic World Afterbirth. You knew what you were signing up for with that one. You know, it's one of the rare cases where I sort of thought Jurassic World was going to be water torture, and it was not quite that bad. There were moments of it that were kind of entertaining. It was what it was. This is the best way I can describe Jurassic World Afterbirth. It is an amusement park ride in movie form. That's all it is. Totally safe. Nothing to worry about. It's a lot like the Minecraft movie in that way. In Minecraft, there's never a point in that movie where I'm worried about anyone dying or anything being lost or anything beautiful being destroyed. Jurassic World Afterbirth has the exact same quality. There's never a moment when I'm afraid for a character. There's never a moment when I'm worried about something beautiful being destroyed, including the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs it's so bizarre. I will never forget that when I was a kid and I saw Jurassic Park, the very first film, the most incredible moment probably in that entire film is when Dr. Grant and his girlfriend, I forget her name. What the hell was her name? I don't know. It's been a while. Anyway, they are being introduced to the park by Dr. Hammond, and they see the brachiosaurs. I think that's what they were, right? The brachiosaurs, the big long neck. That was the most remarkable moment in that film, because at that moment, it was really the first time, I think, in movie history you'd ever seen dinosaurs truly come to life. And you were so swept up in the moment of it with those two characters. These are scientists who've been studying the bones of dinosaurs their whole lives, and they have this amazing moment where they get to actually see one. They get to see them, and the wonder in their expressions is so powerful, and it's so amazing, and you're so there with it. You feel like you're truly with them in that moment, seeing something beautiful restored, which is part of what starts to build that fear of loss later in the film, right? Because as things start to fall apart, we begin to realize that this wondrous dream that Hammond had may have actually turned out to be doomed from the start. And that creates a lot of the tension of the film. Jurassic World Afterbirth, by contrast, struck me as a bunch of fake CGI cartoon dinosaurs, a bunch of AI-generated characters that I don't care about, and a plot that is fine, but again, there's no real stakes, no real tension. I don't really care whether they win or lose. It's content. That's what it is. And I say that because I'm not telling you that nobody's going to enjoy this film. I think a lot of people are going to enjoy this film in the same way that you would enjoy sitting on a roller coaster and seeing an animatronic dinosaur come. Oh, no, it's a dinosaur. Oh, it's going to get me. But not really. Not really. That's the whole thing. It's like the Jurassic Park ride at Universal Studios. You're there, it's fun, the dinosaur roars at you, but nothing's going to happen to you. That's the feeling I get watching Afterbirth. Nothing's really going to happen, so just enjoy the pretty dinosaurs. They even have another cute pet dinosaur. It's really pathetic. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Redoubt, I got that one. Tara Hyman is in the chat. Says, love watching Ryan Coogler sell Granny's Hoodoo to Disney. Is that what he's doing? Granny's Hoodoo? What is that? Welcome to the chat, Tara. Nice to see you. Did I... Tara... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. The internet is such a bad place. I just got it. Damn it. Jeez. That is seriously messed up. That's fine, though. I just got it. I think that Ryan Coogler probably he's probably just as woke as the rest of those wackos. That's my guess. Look, that's not a problem. If you produce good products, I don't care. I don't care what your political beliefs are. It's when you are a truly stupid creative that produces trash that also wants to spew propaganda in a TV. That's when it's really an eye roll. Redoubt Productions says, hey, I'm here for the Blue Gender deep dive any day you want to express happy thoughts about entertainment, which is curious because how dark subject matter is. Yes, Blue Gender, the anime, is one of the greatest animes of all time, and it's one of the most interesting post-apocalyptic worlds I've ever seen. So, Universal just that says, Tara, welcome. Just say the whole name, okay? Just think about it. Just think about it. Did you know that on the internet, Mr. Producer, people will sometimes assemble names so that they mean something else? And it's really funny. Who's a boomer? What? Anyway, who asked you anyway? Okay, let's get into the stack of stuff, shall we? Because I got lots for you. I got lots for you, my dear sailors of Starnuts. Now, well, I kind of got into it a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about Jurassic. Hi, Tara. Hello. I'm not going to say your last name anymore. You know why. Okay, now, we're going to talk about Jurassic World Afterbirth somewhat briefly. It's like, I probably would talk about it at length if it were like a really good movie, or if it surprised me, or if it were really embarrassingly bad. It's actually not yet. I have to say, parts of this movie make me think it's trying. It's trying. You know, it's just trying to show you cool dinosaurs. It's just trying to give you a basic Golden Fleece story about getting some, magical dinosaur blood and fighting dinosaurs on the way. This movie is a classic example of why the Blake Snyder beat sheets work so well. If you're a screenwriter and you're trying to assemble an effective movie, understanding what the film is and what beats you need to hit really helps you a lot, because this film basically starts out as a Golden Fleece story in which a pharmaceutical company and its representative, which is, he's basically Burke from Aliens. That's basically what he turns out to be. Although he's like Burke Light from Aliens. And he hires Scarlett Johansson, who is a special forces mercenary, because of course she is. And of course she is. Why not? Her specialty. She's the tank. She's the tank on the mission, don't you know? Now, she is there to provide security in exchange for $10 million to get 3 samples of dino blood, which they're going to use, this pharmaceutical company, to synthesize the ultimate treatment, the ultimate preventative medicine for heart disease. And I thought, I mean, that works as a MacGuffin. Like, that's the prize in a Golden Fleece story. If you don't know the genre Golden Fleece, it's about a team on a road trip in search of a prize. Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. F1 is probably a Golden Fleece story, although I haven't seen it yet. You are searching for a primal treasure, right? That's basically what a Golden Fleece story is. And that works. But is heart disease really what's on people's minds these days? You know, it just struck me as a bit odd. Why not a cure for cancer? That would seem more primal to me. I think that's more top of mind, but whatever. It's like, oh, we found a cure for lupus. We found a cure for lupus, and we're going to go get it. Do you know how many lives this could save? Everyone cares about this. Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. Why, thank you, Wrangler. Much appreciated. Much appreciated indeed, good sir. Welcome to the chat. So it starts out as a Golden Fleece story, which is fine. There's actually some potential there. Couple of problems with it. Right off the bat, these are all greedy assholes who just want money. That would include Scarlett Johansson and the pharmaceutical guy, and that's all that's motivating them. They want money, and they're going to go get it from dinosaurs. And that's not a great foundation for an interesting story. I don't think it is, because I don't really like any of these characters. I'm not really rooting for them to win. There's something strange about it, because there are films where this does work, like Ocean's 11, for example, or like heist movies. You root for, or like the characters in Heat, if you've ever seen Heat, about the bank robbers. Why is it that I can root for bank robbers to actually succeed and steal the bank money, and I can root for the Ocean's 11 characters to actually, fleece the casino? But for some reason, I'm watching Afterbirth, and I cannot find myself rooting for these characters. And I think it's because it's the wrong thematic tone for a Jurassic Park franchise movie. I think that Jurassic World or Park, there's a couple of thematic motifs I think always have to be present for it to really be a meaningful, powerful story. And I think one of them is the awesome wonder and power of nature and human arrogance and hubris. I think those are two very important elements of it. I think Jurassic movies should always be a monster in the house story. I think that's what they should be. That being said, they've kind of turned into Golden Fleece stories now. It's always about some quest to get something on the dinosaur island. That's what they are now. And there's always like this team of plucky heroes that are working together. And I just don't think that works very well. Now, with a couple of fine-tuning tweaks that made us actually like or root for Scarlett Johansson's character, if we could just root for that character, there might be potential there. But then they introduce a second storyline that strangely begins to compete for attention with the main storyline. And I actually kind of like this storyline better. The problem is it clutters the film. The second storyline is about a family who are they're on a sailing yacht, and they're just sailing across the Pacific. They're on their way to, a particular island, and they think that there's not really any dinosaurs to worry about, because dinosaurs can't really survive in the modern climate because it's too chilly. The diseases are all foreign to them. So they're all kind of dying off. They can only really survive on the equator. So this family thinks they're safe. But then they get attacked by some aquatic dinosaurs. Their boat gets capsized, and Scarlett Johansson's boat full of mercenaries winds up picking them up. But then the two storylines separate again because they get separated, and it's about this group of greedy asshole mercenaries trying to get dinosaur blood samples so they can get rich. And then on the other hand, you've got this family that are just caught up in a life or death battle on this island. Now, that second story with the family is a dude with a problem story. And I love dude with a problem stories. That's the second format that I think would work really well in the Jurassic World mythos, if you will, is a dude with a problem. That is an innocent hero that's ordinary that gets dragged into a life or death battle. And that is examples of dude with a problem would be Die Hard is usually the easiest example I can think of off the top of my head, but there's The Perfect Storm. What else? Gravity. You ever seen that film? So Godzilla -1 is a great dude with a problem story. So these are two completely sort of different stories in tone and stakes and tension, and they're competing. They're literally parallel to each other in this movie. And the worst part of it is there's really no tension with the dinosaurs. I never get the sense that there's any real peril for the characters. And the best example of that I can think of is the family that are just trying to survive on this island. The daughter in this family has a boyfriend who comes across as kind of an idiot in the beginning of the movie, and it turns out he's actually not such a bad guy, and he's actually got some courage, and he does a couple heroic things, but he's still kind of an idiot, and he's kind of a full triumphant character, which actually could work. That could work well, if you know. But in any case, there's a scene in which he says, "I have to go take a leak." Okay. And the family, they're huddled up at camp, and they're just trying to survive, hope no dinosaurs come and eat them in the night. And he says, "I got to go take a leak." He walks about a kilometer away. He just disappears into the forest. And I'm like, what? Who walks like a kilometer from their campsite to go take a leak? And so, like, he's in a totally different location, far from the rest of the family. And he's standing there and behind him, two raptors start to like hunt. They're like stalking him, and they're about to pounce on him. And right as they're about to pounce, a pterodactyl or something else, I don't know, some other random dinosaur, attacks and kills the raptors. And the whole scene is played for laughs because he's like, and he looks all scared, but he's afraid to look behind him. And then he slowly turns around and sees that the dinosaurs are gone because the bigger dinosaur ate the two raptors and dragged them off and saved his skin. Total dumb luck. There are so many moments in the film that are like that, where the dinosaurs have the character dead to rights, and the plot just intercedes and just makes it like a joke. There's a lot of millennial humor in this, which if you don't know what millennial humor is, I apologize for my generation. It is basically social awkwardness as comedy. That's what it is. For example, stating an obvious fact that everyone knows, which is an awkward thing to do, explaining the meaning of a joke in the scene where the joke is made, thus killing all comedy and laughter. That sort of thing. Just being awkward and uncomfortable with yourself like that. That's another example. So that's super cringe. At the end of the day, some of the dinosaur scenes are they're entertaining in that amusement park way. So here's what I think. I think if you just want to see cool dinosaurs and you don't really care, like it's like kaiju fans. Pacific Rim is a great example. The plot really doesn't matter in Pacific Rim. All that matters is that you see giant human-piloted robots fighting giant kaiju. That's all that matters in that movie. The Monarch Godzilla universe. Who cares if there's any kind of good reason for Godzilla to be, the savior of humanity. He's curled up. Godzilla's all curled up in the Colosseum for a nap in between taking out the other kaiju, and incidentally, all of our greatest cities while we cheer and clap. Godzilla, thank you! Thank you, Godzilla, for trashing the entire city, killing millions of people, and taking out the bad kaiju. We really appreciate it. Who cares about all that? Godzilla's in it. That's all you need. And that's what I would say Jurassic Park Afterbirth is all about. It's just about, cute pet dinosaurs, big dinosaurs, weird-looking dinosaurs, creepy-looking dinosaurs, and a little bit of the John Williams Jurassic Park theme sprinkled in there. I give it like a 4 out of 10. I give this movie, I was tempted to give it a 5, but honestly, that's being too generous. It's not a good movie, but it's not a terrible. It's not terrible. It's an amusement ride. Go look at the pretty dinosaurs. I just won't be with you. It's never Lupus, Wrangler. I agree. Yeah, House MD. It's never, ever Lupus. The episode where it was Lupus, though, was pretty good. That was pretty good. Okay, now you've heard my thoughts on Jurassic World Afterbirth. I was actually searching for images and stuff for my thumbnail, and I kept typing in Jurassic World backspace Rebirth because I just can't. It's just more content. They just birth more content. There's going to be 5 more of these. They're all going to be the same. They're all going to be just like this. Generic characters. When is Pedro Pascal going to be in a Jurassic World movie? Seriously. It's got to be on the way. He's probably already in talks for his big moment in a Jurassic World movie. It's going to be Jurassic World Extra Super Duper Rebirth, and it's just going to be the same thing again and again and again until they're just AI generated, until AI is just generating these, and people just don't care. They won't care. It'll just be like, look, it's dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs. I don't care if it's actually an interesting story. I have, some people think that I'm a little bit of a perfectionist when it comes to storytelling, and that's fair. But if I am, it's because, honestly, if a movie isn't going to show me anything powerful or meaningful or something that shows me something I could never have seen any other way else, right? Films that successfully do this, examples include The Lord of the Rings, Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World, Interstellar, even Avatar. It may not be a great script, but it shows me something I can't get anywhere else, which is Pandora, right? Stranger Things comes to mind. If a story does not show me something really cool and interesting that I could not have seen anywhere else, what is the point of it? I'm just speaking for myself here. I've got better things to do. There's great video games to play. There's books to read. There's comic books out there. There might even be something in the real world I could do. I don't know. I'll look into it. But my point is, why am I going to sit there and watch something that, I'd rather actually just go to an amusement park and ride the Jurassic Park ride than watch a movie with a boring story with forgettable characters. I literally couldn't remember the name of a single character in this movie. I had to pull up the IMDb. Because I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even know what a single name. What is Scarlett Johansson's character's name in this? I don't know. Because why should I? So if I just want to look at pretty dinosaurs, I don't see the point. I don't see the point in movies that don't aim for something awesome. And even movies I don't like, but that are aiming for something awesome, I appreciate and respect. For example, Tarantino movies. Some Tarantino movies are great and some I really dislike. But one thing I always respect about a Tarantino movie is it's always reaching for something original. It's always reaching for something unique. And I appreciate. Now, I'm not saying that a story has to be totally an original, unique, because I don't actually think most stories are. Tarantino movies actually aren't that original. He's actually recycling tropes from spaghetti westerns in his own style. But nevertheless, I appreciate that he's at least trying to show us something we wouldn't see from any other filmmaker. Tara says that dino's going to eat me. Awesome. I want a pet dino who doesn't eat people. Is that too much to ask? Well, not really. I mean, they're Disneyfying the dinosaurs big time, because there's the little girl in this movie. She makes friends with a little mini dinosaur, which is that an actual? Well, of course they have a plot explanation for it. Is it an actual dinosaur that would have existed? It doesn't really matter, because the plot is that this is an island full of genetically engineered dinosaurs anyway, so they could have whatever they want. Who cares? Life finds a way. I know that doesn't eat people, Tara. I don't blame you. A cute dinosaur is not going to ruin the movie for me, but it's kind of an eye roll. It's kind of an eye roll. I have nothing against it. It's just a quality of a film that no longer is going to interest me. I don't think that these kinds of films really interest me anymore. I enjoyed the original Jurassic Park films. I felt like those films were about the thematic elements of survival, the hubris of science gone awry, the awesome power and beauty of the natural world, which we fail to appreciate, etc., ad infinitum. And that was a kind of film that interested me. Films about cute pet dinosaurs, not so much. Just not so much. Okay. So we're going to check out, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I am a fan of Avatar, after all, so I can't really throw stones in a glass house, but I will just say it's not my thing. It's not my thing. The kids will enjoy it, though. Wrangler says, a pet dino that doesn't eat people. How about Denver the Last Dinosaur? A worthy suggestion. Now, the critical drinker has seen and reviewed Jurassic Park Afterbirth, and I thought we would check in with what he thinks about it. So, hat tip critical drinker, Mr. Producer, share screen if you would. Enable audio. Very good, sir.
If ever there was a perfect example of Hollywood's ability to take a great concept and slowly run it into the ground with endless cash grab sequels, it's got to be Jurassic Park. The original movie was an all-time classic of modern cinema, seamlessly blended together a compelling script full of action, intrigue and wonder, a great cast of characters who actually made smart decisions and acted like real human beings, cutting-edge visuals, and a story that dealt with thought-provoking ideas like the power and danger of science gone wrong, man's attempts to play God, and nature's ability to fight back. It was one of the first movies that I ever saw in the cinema, and probably the only film I went back to rewatch multiple times. I say all this because if you ever want to experience the kind of cinematic whiplash that'll leave you paralysed from the neck down, then watch the original Jurassic Park right before going to see Jurassic World Afterbirth, a movie that I can best...
And to add to what he's saying, so one of the concepts that makes a really good, for lack of a better term, a horror film or a thriller film, or, as Blake Snyder describes it, a monster in the house story, what makes all of those films really good, or a good dystopia, for that matter, a good post-apocalyptic story. All of those types of stories that are really well done have one thing in common, and that is a sense of either the fear of loss, and or a sense of what beautiful was lost, right? And I think that, so a great example of this is the video game BioShock. I'm a huge fan of the video game BioShock. And what is that game about? It is about this underwater utopia city of Rapture that was built as this kind of paradise that was free of all the problems of the world, with beautiful Art Deco buildings at the bottom of the ocean, which is just such a freaking cool concept. You can never understate what a cool concept that is. But by the time you as the player arrive there, the city has fallen to ruin and has become a dystopian hell in which a bunch of crazed genetic splicers are trying to kill you, right? And you have to now what makes the game so beautiful is you're walking through these hallways that were once restaurants and parks and beautiful vistas of the ocean floor, and you're hearing the music that people used to play. And in the middle of all that, you're seeing all this death and destruction. And so what you're seeing is how this beautiful aspirational dream has completely fallen to ruin. And that creates so much of the ambience of the game and so much of the dramatic tension of the game. And this is the key thing that Jurassic Park, the original film, had. Because the character of Hammond, that's right, Dr. Hammond. The character of Dr. Hammond is a visionary, aspirational character. He's this kindly, avuncular old man that you immediately like. He's kind of warm and eccentric, and he has this beautiful, joyful vision of the best. Don't forget, they establish his character as he created theme parks and that people loved, and that's what made him a wealthy man to begin with. And so his goal to create Jurassic Park was to create the best theme park ever, to give people something they could never see anywhere else, the ultimate attraction. And at the same time, restore a species that had been lost to history. Now, as an aspiration, as an ideal, there's a lot of beauty to that. There's a lot, imagining the success of that is such a wonderful thought. And I think that permeates the entire film. The park is set up to reinforce this idea of wow, how cool is this park going to be? And that's what sets the table for the dramatic tension of watching the dinosaurs get loose, Dennis Nedry betray them. These innocent people now have been dragged into this life or death battle, and we're coming face to face with man's reach exceeding his grasp. This is it's like Icarus flying too close to the sun. We were messing with things we ought not. And that's what creates the tension in the film. There are beautiful things that have been lost and beautiful things that are at stake. Jurassic World Afterbirth has none of that.
Describe as anti-storytelling.
That is one big pile of shit.
Driven by a paper-thin and completely nonsensical plot that takes forever to get going and eventually peters out into the most anticlimactic ending imaginable, a bloated cast of characters with no discernible...
He is not exaggerating when he says the most anticlimactic ending imaginable. It's exactly the problem I identified earlier. There's never a moment in this film where I'm really worried about a dinosaur winning. Nothing was ever quite as nerve-shredding in a movie as when the T-Rex was chasing the Jeeps in the beginning of Jurassic Park, until they had the scene with the raptors chasing the kids in the kitchen, and they're hiding from them. That was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Those were incredible action set pieces. And in this film, every time there's a situation like that, either a goofy stroke of luck saves the character, or the character that dies is someone we, honest to God, didn't even know about until 5 minutes ago anyway, and we don't care. And then or it's just they get away because plot armor. Because honestly, it's like the dinosaurs in this are afraid to eat people. I'm beginning to wonder if the people that made this film are wolves are beautiful creatures that wouldn't really hurt people. That delusional, crazy crowd that thinks wolves are not dangerous predators, which they absolutely are. Everybody knows somebody that thinks like this. I blame Disney for this. Everybody knows somebody who thinks wolves are cute, cuddly. They're just wild, happy dogs. That's all they are. They're like dogs in the wild. They're cute and cuddly, and then they only hurt humans when humans are mean to them. They wouldn't ever hunt us for food or anything, and you could probably pet them. You could probably pet a wolf if you were just nice to it. And I'm telling you right now, this film has that energy to me. It's like the dinosaurs don't really want to hurt you. They just want to play with you, and they're just, they just have too many teeth for that to be safe. That's what I feel like. And the ending of this film is the dinosaur. The dinosaur gives up. He just gives up. The baddest dinosaur in the jungle. He gets tired. Which, to be fair, if I were a carnivore dinosaur, I'd probably do that. I'd probably be like, oh my God. Oh, I've been chasing this guy forever. Screw it. I'm just going to eat something else. That's probably what I would do. So, but it just doesn't make for a very scary movie monster. You know what I'm saying?
Personalities and nothing even resembling brains or common sense, played by actors who seem to have no idea why they're even in the movie. It's really nothing but a series of goofy, boring, and disappointingly bloodless action scenes that mean nothing, accomplish nothing, and made me feel, well, nothing. Let's get the plot summary over with quickly so that
absolutely on point. Everything he said there is exactly accurate. It's like I said, you're on an amusement park ride. Oh, look at the dinosaur, but nothing's going to happen. That's this film.
Universal Studios can hit me with yet another frivolous copyright claim that takes a month to resolve. Seriously, if I ever find the guy at your studio who keeps doing this, I will personally go to his house and shit in places that will leave him confused for the rest of his life. Fucking believe that, shitheads. Anyway, so the movie stars an affable-looking Scarlett Johansson as tough mercenary lady who gets recruited by shady corporate guy to lead an off-the-books mission.
He doesn't care what their names are either. Tough mercenary lady. And shady corporate guy.
To Monster Dinosaur Island, which is deep inside a quarantine zone, to recover genetic material they can use to create a new wonder drug to treat human heart disease, because dinosaurs apparently don't suffer from heart disease.
No shit.
You know why? Because dinosaurs don't sit on their fat arses all day staring at computer screens while shoveling chemical-laden crap down their fleshy gullets.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Anyway, I digress. To help with the DNA extraction, they're bringing along Science Man, who's an expert in dinosaurs but has never actually seen one in the
wild. Science Man!
Wilds. Oh yeah, and they charter a boat owned by generic sidekick guy to get them ashore. Things are going just great until they get a distress call from diverse modern family whose sailboat got attacked by water.
Diverse modern family with just the most beta dad ever. He's such a his daughter's boyfriend, and they heavily imply that his daughter's boyfriend and his daughter are hooking up down in the cabin while he's up there steering the ship, and he's annoyed by it, but he won't. He's frustrated with this, but he won't say anything because he doesn't want his daughter to be mad at him. And he's literally getting bitched around by her deadbeat, dope-smoking boyfriend. Nothing against my 420 members of my audience or anything, but I'm just describing the character, okay? I gotta be careful because I'll stop getting 420 super chats from Wrangler if I go too hard. But the dope smoking boyfriend living in sin with this guy's daughter, and he's like, he says to him, hey, it was supposed to be your watch this morning at 6 a.m. Right? He's the dad. He's the captain of this yacht. Okay. Because when a man is on his yacht, he is the captain. And he is responsible for every soul aboard that yacht. And I'm just picturing myself if I were in this exact situation. And I'm like, I would read that shitbag the fucking riot act. I would read him the riot act for that. I'd be like, you were supposed to be on watch at 6 a.m. and you were sleeping, you dope-smoking hippie. Get the fuck out of the cabin, get your hands off my daughter, and sit here and steer this ship or I'm going to throw your ass overboard. That's what I would have said. And in this movie, this dad is just like, well, it was supposed to be your watch. Aren't you going to watch the ship? And he's like, I don't really feel like it. Well, it's just that we're all going to do our part here. And he's like, nah, I think I'll just sit here and sleep in more. I'm tired. And and the dad sits there stewing, and his daughter is like, don't say anything, Dad. And he's like, I didn't say anything. And I'm like, oh my God. Absolutely no one related to me or otherwise would ever step foot on my boat without first agreeing to the rules, which is when we're at sea, what I say goes. And anyone that questions that is never sailing with me again. It's that, and it's not because I'm a tyrant, it's because we're at sea. This is dangerous. Like, everybody needs to understand that, like, you know, yes, we may be on a yacht and we're on peaceful waters, but when you are at sea, like, there are safety rules and you're going to follow them. And if anyone is going to, like, disagree with that, then they're not going to be sailing on open water across the Pacific freaking Ocean. You know, and so it's like, it's so pathetic. This guy, it's the guy on screen here in the middle. He's so pathetic. Typical modern male.
Dinosaur. What the fuck were they doing inside the quarantine zone? How did they even manage to get in there without being spotted? What father in his right mind would knowingly take his children into such a dangerous place for no apparent reason? Just don't think about it too much. So they rescue diverse modern family, but oh no, then they get attacked by the water dinosaurs, which forces them to drive their boat directly onto the rocks and wreck it. Fuck it, just go with it. And for some reason, diverse modern family all jump overboard and get separated from the others for the rest of the movie. But tough mercenary lady's not about to give up yet and decides to stick to the plan and recover the DNA, then get themselves onto a rescue chopper that will pick them up in 24 hours. Wait, if they have access to a helicopter, why didn't they just use that to get to the island instead? Just don't worry about it. But this isn't just any old island, don't you know? It's Monster Dinosaur Island, where they left behind all the genetic freaks that were too scary or dangerous to use in the original theme park. Wait, wouldn't that mean that their DNA is all corrupted and shit and too dangerous to use in humans? Don't worry about it. Also, why are most of the dinosaurs on the island perfectly normal looking and would have made excellent additions to the park? Don't worry about it. So they get the DNA and reunite with diverse modern family at an abandoned research base, which is somehow still fully functional after 20 years.
Oh, that's the pet dinosaur there. That's the pet. The pet dinosaur.
At an abandoned research base, which is
Dang it! I missed it again.
They get the DNA and reunite with diverse modern family at an abandoned research.
There it is. There it is. There it is, the cute little cuddly pet dinosaur named... this is the one character whose name I remember. I just realized I remember the name of this character, the pet dinosaur, because the little girl says, I'm going to name it Dolores. Her name is Dolores. Dolores the dinosaur. Whatever. I mean, it's just not my thing, okay? This really is the wolves are just misunderstood wild pets crowd. This is the wolves are misunderstood, cute, cuddly. They're just a different kind of dog. They're like a lab or a golden retriever, but if they were in the wild and were, you know, kind of fluffy and scary looking, but absolutely no threat to humans at all. They're just misunderstood. They're just beautiful. They're my fursona.
Research base, which is somehow still fully functional after 20 years. Then the Ryan Canellosaurus shows up and eats shady corporate guy, and generic sidekick guy sacrifices himself to let the others escape, but then he turns out to be okay.
The Ryan Canellosaurus, Fu Man Blue mentioned that he told me that Drinker said this in the Discord.
Anyway, because he's...
Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet.
Survived somehow. How exactly did he manage to get away from the Ryan Canellosaurus? Just don't worry about it. Then they all leave and that's it. That's the movie over.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
You know, my first thought when the credits rolled was, what the fuck was the point in this film? I mean, it's basically a bunch of people I don't care about going to a place I'm not particularly interested in to do a thing that doesn't really matter anyway. Then there's all the abandoned plot threads that are introduced but go absolutely nowhere.
Oh, and this is the best part. Spoilers for Jurassic World Afterbirth, okay? Spoilers for Afterbirth. You have been warned. So they're going to get the cure for heart disease, and they're going to sell it for billions and billions of dollars, which is why Scarlett Johansson is going to get paid $10 million to do this. She never gives any sign at any point in the movie that she cares about much else besides money, but then halfway through the movie just spontaneously starts listening to science guy tell her that this is not right. We should give this to humanity. Everyone should have heart pills. Everyone should have the cure for the heart in the heart pills. And we shouldn't sell it for lots and lots of money. That's bad. And she says, you know what? I think that probably is bad. Although I do like money, but I'm going to do the good thing and let's just give it to the world for free. And it's like, they have no concept. Who is going to develop? It's not like you drink the dino blood and now you're cured. That's not how it works. The reason the pharmaceutical company wanted the samples was so that their research and development teams could use it to study it and synthesize the drug that would save lives, which would presumably take millions and millions of dollars of investment and further research and development. And then you would have all the pharmaceutical testing and all the clinical trials and all of that stuff just to bring it to market. Who is going to do that for free? Like, who is going to do that? We'll just publish the dinosaur blood as open source. How are you going to do that? You have 3 samples of dinosaur blood. Are you going to just give 100 random people on the internet some of the blood and they're just going to magic up a cure for it? This is wacko communist gobbledygook is what this is. Look, I'm no defender or special pleader of pharmaceutical companies. I'm just saying that the idea that like the choices are a greedy pharmaceutical company gets rich while saving lives, or we just give the blood to the world. How's that going to work? How's that going to save anyone? So stupid. You know what it is? It's just so that as an afterthought, they can say, these were good characters in the end who did the right thing. Too late. I never liked them from the beginning of the movie, and you cannot just shoehorn what you consider a moral act at the end of the film. Oh, now they're selfless. Now I like them. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. The save the cat moment has to happen early in the film in order for the character to be likable.
Nowhere, like the ancient ruins in the cliffside, or the crashed chopper from a previous expedition, or the traumatic backstory for tough mercenary lady. It's like the studio came up with the plot by doing a single brainstorming session, taking the first pitch that someone spitballed together and just ran with it. And before anyone jumps in with the old, it's a Jurassic Park movie, drinker, it's not supposed to be smart argument, fine, I can handle a dumb thrill ride if that's what these movies have devolved into now, but I at least expect it to make some kind of fucking sense. And that's the thing, this movie doesn't. The plot relies on the most insane contrivances and coincidences just to hold it together. Like, oh my goodness, isn't it convenient that diverse modern family and tough mercenary girl just happened to arrive at the same place at the same time for the finale? Or how literally the entire movie is predicated on a Snickers wrapper getting sucked into a fucking air vent.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. I can't believe that. I literally am watching. So this is the opening scene of the movie, and they're at this research facility, and one of the researchers pulls up they're in like like clean room gear, basically, like because they're going into like a clean room or something. And he pulls up his face mask and he's eating a Snickers and he casually drops the wrapper of the Snickers bar right outside the doors of the clean facility. And his colleagues see him do this and they don't say anything. They're like, hey, bro, you just contaminated our entire lab. You can't do that. What are you even doing with food on the laboratory floor in the first place? So as this is happening, I'm thinking, they're not about to suggest that this is the act that brings the whole thing. And sure enough, a Snickers wrapper gets sucked into a vent, and it causes it just causes the whole thing to go. The whole system crashes. Of course. A Snickers wrapper gets sucked into a vent, and it makes all the doors in the facility stop working, and the alarms go off, and the dinosaurs get loose. This is what... Do you realize, in the first Jurassic Park film, the thing that causes everything to go to hell is Dennis Nedry very carefully and deliberately and with outside assistance sabotaging the security systems of the entire park. And he happens to be the expert who can do this. In this film, a guy discarding a Snickers wrapper brings down the whole park. Or in this case, research facility.
And I'm not kidding, by the way, that's literally what kicks off the entire events of this film. Character motivations meander all over the place with zero explanation, the cast is way too bloated for the plot that sustains them, and the narrative jumps backwards and forwards between diverse modern family and tough mercenary ladies grouped with such massive chunks that you actually start to forget what everyone's doing and why. And I'm not kidding, the diverse modern family are such a bunch of hapless comedy retards that I was actually rooting for the dinosaurs by the ends. The script also can't seem to decide who the main character is. I mean, it should probably be Science Man, since he's a more logical and relatable POV character than tough mercenary lady, but I guess Scarlett Johansson's a bigger name, so she's awkwardly shuffled into the top spot instead. The problem though is the script can't seem to decide what kind of character she even is. Is she a cold-hearted killer who's just out for money, a quippy and light-hearted hero with a flirtatious side, or a troubled ex-soldier with a dark past? I don't fucking know. The script tries to make her a bit of everything, and it's just as tonally diluted as you might think. Scarlett Johansson struggles through the movie with the faintly baffled smile of a star who can't wait to cash that paycheck and get the fuck out of there. And quite frankly, I don't blame her. Generic sidekick guy is a perfect example of how to waste a really good actor. Mahershala Ali is a talent just waiting to be used, but the movie gives him nothing to do. He's just kind of there, functionally identical to tough mercenary lady, with the same backstory and personality, and eating up a lot of character beats that should have gone to her instead. You know, it's really not that hard to come up with a fun story for a Jurassic World movie, but holy fuck, you'd never think so from watching this steaming pile of dinosaur shit. Jurassic World Afterbirth is everything I hate about modern cinema. It's what happens when a studio has too much money, too much resources, and absolutely no idea what to do with any of it. It's a movie that should have been aborted long before it emerged into the world, and if you value your wallet or your sanity, you'll skip this one and just rewatch the original instead. Believe me, you'll have a lot more fun. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip critical drinker. A brilliant analysis as usual. And Wrangler points out Dennis Nedry in the original Jurassic Park film, he didn't just like destroy the entire grid. He selectively did it because he didn't want to risk the raptors getting loose, which is an excellent observation. Like the story was so much more intricate, and but to be fair, it was a Steven Spielberg film. This was the height of cinema. This is the early 90s. This is when American Hollywood cinema was the gold standard in every culture around the world. It was Hollywood cinema was the gold standard. You had so many great filmmakers. This was still the era of the movie star. This was still the era of high concept science fiction writing. I mean, and let's face it, this was also a film that was directly based upon Michael Crichton's, who was a rock star author at the time, Michael Crichton's brilliant high concept science fiction novel of the same name. And you just can't compare that with this slop. It's AI generated slop is what this is. Yeah, 4 out of 10 for Jurassic World. It's for somebody. Somebody will get some enjoyment out of it, and that's fine. Enjoy the pretty dinosaurs. Enjoy. What else is in the stack of stuff? Oh, yes, there was an original ending. So spoilers for the ending of Jurassic World, which honestly, how would I even describe the ending to Jurassic World Afterbirth? Because it kind of just ends. It kind of just like the last dinosaur gives up. And then it's over. It ends. That's all it is. The dinosaur gets tired. I can't stop. It's so stupid. I think 4 out of 10 is too much for this movie. I might be talking myself out of that generous score. So the dinosaur gets tired of chasing him at the end of the movie and gives up. And that's the end. But there is an article hinting that there was supposedly a different ending. I'm just going to check it out real quick. So spoilers for Jurassic World Rebirth, Afterbirth, if you care. So hat tip, the Gazette, Sci-Fi and Fantasy. Let's take a look here. Jurassic World Rebirth director reveals the movie's original ending and why it was changed. Let's see. Gareth Edwards, the director, which, what a shame, because Gareth Edwards is sometimes a pretty good director. Jurassic World Rebirth is finally here. Yeah, who cares? Depending on how things play out. I'm just skipping to the important point. So talking to Variety, Jurassic World Rebirth director Gareth Edwards explained how the ending evolved and revealed what the original plan was. Quote, "It flipped back and forth a couple of times. In the draft I first read, he died, he being Mahershala Ali's character, Duncan. I actually remember the name of that character, Duncan. That would be the generic boat captain. He died, and I thought, that's great. We started to pursue Mahershala, and for whatever reason, it felt like, well, if we're going to get Mahershala, we've got to keep him alive, right? But then Mahershala read it, and his only main note was, can we kill him? I agreed, so I joined Team Mahershala, and we both pushed to have him killed. The script changed back to him dying. While we were shooting, the studio said, look, we haven't got time to do a pickup shoot or any reshoots. Just to be safe, get some material just in case we need him to live. Oh my God, this is so depressing. This is so depressing. This is how movies are made now. To be fair, they've always shot alternate endings, but still, to have so little vision, to have so little commitment to your concept. Just like, I don't know, is he going to live or is he going to die? I don't fucking know. Shoot them both and we'll see what we feel. Like, jeez. Jeez. What has happened to creativity in this country? It's un-American. I just can't believe it. I kind of like the actor. Yeah, let's have him live. Or let's kill him off. I don't know. Just give me both, and I'll I'll fucking phone it in. I'll tell you. I'll text you which I want to go with before the movie comes out. Now, resuming with the quote. Just to be safe, get some material just in case we need him to live. In my mind, I know how this works. Whatever we film will be in the movie, so you've got to be careful. I thought, if we can do this, I want it to be a really classy version that I can live with. So I started trying to imagine it and picture some shots. The actors gave this amazing performance for this little section. I really liked it. But when we edited the movie and did the director's cut, I ended up sending the version that had him dying. It went well, but the studio said, oh, it's great, but can we just see the version where he lives? We hadn't put it together, so we went back and edited that, and everyone just said, it's got to be that. We did 2 test screenings, and the reaction to him living, everyone was a lot happier. Which, perfect. This exactly explains why this film has no tension and no stakes at all. Every major set piece in which a dinosaur is about to eat someone, it either eats someone that we have no reason to care about whatsoever, who's barely even been in the film for 2 minutes, or they just have plot armor, save that person. There's at least twice that the dinosaur gets tired and gives up. What kind of fucking villain is that? How can you have an intimidating creature or monster or villain in a movie that gets tired and quits? like that would be like if in Halloween, Michael Myers is like, damn, this is way more cardio than I signed up for chasing these babysitters. And he's like, screw it. I'm just going to go home and smoke some weed instead of all this, And they all lived happily ever after. Yeah, that would be great. So the T-Rex is the other one. The T-Rex gets tired and gives up. Oh, geez, I just remembered a third one. There's a Dilophosaurus. There's a Dilophosaurus Rex. Or wait, is it Rex? What did they call him? Dilophosaurus, whatever. The Dilophosaurus, that's the one with the big, what would you call that? The little display, the little wing. The Dilophosaurus jumps out and is screeching at the daughter of the family, and it screeches at her for a little bit. Oh no, this is really scary. It's gonna attack her, and then it just runs away. And I was like, this movie does not. It just does not want the dinosaurs to be even threatening. It's really disappointing. It's depressing, really. When you think about the sad state of what used to be the pinnacle of culture, Hollywood, it's quite pathetic. Now, folks, Superman 2025, it's getting weird. It's getting weird. Now, I remain hopeful that Superman is going to be good. I remain hopeful. However, hope is not a strategy. And this is a review that there are some early reviews of the film that have come out. And all I can tell you is trouble is brewing.
Now shall you deal with me, O Prince, and all the powers of hell!
Yes, trouble is brewing for Superman 2025 because critics have come out after the review embargo. Well, they're breaking. I guess, are they breaking the embargo or it's been lifted? It's broken. That's right. Okay. Hat tip, comicbookmovie.com. Another embargo broken. As Variety Critic says, Amazon's 67% heads of state film is better than Superman. Things are getting weird with Superman. The movie arrives in theaters less than a week from now, and a devastatingly negative review from the Daily Beast was published on Thursday and removed moments later. It was, however, online long enough to cause quite a stir. Variety's chief film critic, Peter DeBruge, recently reviewed Amazon's Heads of State, starring John Cena and Idris Elba, and appeared to accidentally break his Superman review embargo by saying the streaming action flick, which has a 67% Rotten Tomatoes score, that would be the Heads of State, is a lot more entertaining than the DC Studios reboot. Quote, "You could be forgiven for writing off Heads of State," the review reads, "but then you would miss a movie that's no sillier than Superman and a lot more entertaining. A comparison worth making since both adhere to a mythical sense of heroism." So that's concerning. That's concerning. So it's silly. Now, this is exactly what we were worried about with James Gunn, because he likes silly characters. He likes a silly tone. And if you've seen any of the promotional materials for Superman, it's not looking any less silly. Universal says, "I agree with the article." And Universal has seen Superman. So Wrangler says it's kind of heartbreaking that Jurassic Park franchise went from being a cultural landmark to something you would let stay on the TV in the background while working on something else. Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, it's how I feel about a lot of things. But at the end of the day, things end. They just do. The review, let's see, do we have anything else in this I want to cover? No, so that's one of them. Now, there's another review. There's another review that we're going to cover. Same source, comicbookmovie.com. Superman first review calls the DCU reboot superficial and silly, and bemoans terrible overstuffed movie. I am so tired of being right. I'm so tired of being right. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Because I saw this coming in that very first Superman trailer when he's fighting a kaiju, and you've got the Green Lantern, and you've got Mr. Terrific, and you've got what else was it? Hawk Girl is in there. And I'm thinking, is this a superhero movie? Is this a Superman movie or not? And I wanted to believe it was going to be good, and then it's like every single trailer comes out and it's getting worse every time. Superman is portrayed as sort of emotional and childish, unable to control his emotions. I'm beginning to think this is actually a movie about crypto and Superman's just living in it. But that's neither here nor there. I saw this coming, and I wanted to be wrong. I wanted very, very badly to be wrong. Unfortunately, it is a curse to be able to see things so clearly. It really is. Quoth the article. The review embargo for Superman lifts next week. However, the Daily Beast inadvertently published its verdict last night. And while the site took it down pretty fast, it was up long enough to cause quite a stir. Let me see if I can get to the lead here. We won't name and shame the critic, as the review's publication isn't their fault. However, they are a well-respected, credentialed member of the approved critic class. I added that last part. However, they're also no superhero hater, as this critic in question has positively reviewed the likes of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which was trash, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and Thunderbolts. The review begins by saying the reboot assembles a Saturday morning cartoon that is overstuffed. It promises plenty of action, but adds that the film is so awash in over-the-top CGI insanity that its slam bang mayhem loses its punch. The cast also doesn't receive much in the way of praise, while the review points out that David Corenswet looks the part, and I agree, compared to Christopher Reeve and Henry Cavill. Quote, he comes across as relatively slight, a situation exacerbated by the all-over-the-place nature of his saga. It sounds like Superman rarely lets up, as the movie reportedly asks audiences to, quote, hold on for dear life as it whiplashes about from one out-of-this-world locale and incident to another. Oh, no. Close quote. Jeez. James Gunn has turned Superman into a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Because of course he did. Because of course he did. What else was he going to do? It's what he does. It's his brand. It's what he likes. If James Gunn were an honest broker running the DCU, he should have chosen the person to write and direct this film who was right for this. And he could go off and do whatever it is he's interested in, such as Creature Commandos and all that. But he should have selected someone else to do Superman. That's what should have happened here. But he chose ego. He chose hubris. If this review is to be believed, it is exactly as I feared. And again, I hope that I'm wrong. But as the day draws ever nearer in which I will watch this film, it becomes less and less likely that I am, in fact, wrong. And that displeases me. It really does. Universal says the consensus is that you will either love or you'll hate it, meaning Superman. That's not how I see it at all. I think that this film is going to be mediocre. That is the feeling I get. That is, and by the way, that is the least desirable outcome for me. I'd rather it was an embarrassment on the level of Blue Beetle or The Flash or Shazam Fury of the Gods, or, and that's, by the way, not what I would want, or the optimal scenario would be it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's inspirational. It's about truth, justice, and the American way. It's a film that is nonpartisan. It is a film that welcomes everyone to experience joy and hope and optimism and see the best parts of ourselves reflected in the character of Clark Kent Superman. That is the film that I desire. That is the film we need. That is the film we all wanted. That is the film Henry Cavill promised us before James Gunn fired him. So what I think we're going to get is a acceptable, inoffensive, messy, kind of mediocre Superman movie. I think that's what we're going to get. I think it's going to be, and that to me is so disappointing because guess what? I just saw that movie. It's called Jurassic World Afterbirth. I already saw that movie. A mediocre, vanilla, safe, utterly, lacking intention movie with a plot that's all over the place. I already saw that movie. It's Jurassic World. I don't want to see it again. The humor, the article goes on. Wait. Did I miss a piece here? Oh, yeah, here we go. There are also concerns that non-fans will find themselves adrift due to the movie's endless geekiness. Now, that's not a red flag. I will say this. Now this tells me that this reviewer... Okay, I want to highlight this for a second, my dear sailors and star nuts. This is much more on brand for the credentialed, approved, critic class, the sophisticates, our betters, if you will, those who tell us what culture is, what films are good or are not, and what we are to like or dislike, what is stunning and brave, and what is, quote, endless geekiness. So this tells me we're definitely dealing with an approved member of the critic class here. Because I want you to understand, this is the way they talked. This is the way the mainstream critics often spoke of the MCU in Phase 1. Everyone's forgotten about it. But ever since the MCU went full-blown identity politics, all of the critics, they run cover and they carry water for every single MCU property, almost no matter how bad. But in the early days, this is the kind of shit they would say all the time. It's so geeky. It's so comic booky. That's not a real movie. That's not what real movies are. Real movies are depressing, miserable, nihilistic funeral dirges about crime families and people dying of AIDS. That's what good movies are. Good movies are bleak. They're not fun. They don't have joy, but they have Oscar-worthy performances by people we've never heard of. That's what a good movie is. These Marvel movies, they're geeky and nerdy, and they make audiences happy, which is a clear sign that they suck. That's what they were like. And now here we go again. This is the one line that gives me hope in this article. This is the one line that gives me hope, because this is exactly what they used to say about the MCU until it got woke, and then it was stunning and brave, and they're like, oh, well, this is another stunning and brave woman in STEM who makes a deal with the devil. Now, for science and for making something iconic, that's justifiable. There are concerns that non-fans will find themselves adrift due to the movie's endless geekiness. So I don't know. Maybe that's a point in the "this is a good movie" column. I don't know. With James Gunn's script accused of only feigning interest in actual emotion. Now that's a red flag. The humor is said to be lacking, as is the relationship between Clark Kent and Lois Lane. Nicholas Holt's performance is overshadowed by the haphazard plot, largely because Superman gets tangled up in fanciful nonsense that soon renders the entire affair superficial and silly. Most troubling is a comparison to Joss Whedon's Justice League as, oh my God, don't say that. Jeez, that's even worse. That's so bad. No, I do not want to hear that it's like that. Michael Archangel is in the chat. Welcome aboard, Michael Archangel. Says, I have a feeling they're throwing too many characters at the audience at once. I'm looking forward to it, though. Living in Cleveland, Ohio, I got to see them filming the movie all the time. We are the birthplace of Superman. Well, that's awesome. Believe me, I promise you, I want so badly to be right. I want to walk out of that theater and say, wow, those trailers did not do that justice. That was amazing. That was so much fun. I loved it. I want that to be my reaction so badly, because I have seen enough trash. I don't want to see anymore. I want to see. And by the way, the MCU and the Sonyverse have both completely abandoned all reason and all pretense of actually entertaining an audience. DC is really the only universe that is trying to entertain its audience. So I want this Superman film to be successful. I really do. Unfortunately, these are troubling signs. To your point, Michael Archangel, the article goes on that it overpopulates itself with heroes and villains it has neither the time nor the inclination to develop. Consequently, everyone and everything is two-dimensional, no matter that the director's imagery is sharp and vibrant. I do agree with that. The imagery looks really beautiful. The colors really pop. I do like the comic booky, larger-than-life quality of the trailers, and that's in the plus column. Quote, and to top it off, the headline is, Terrible News Superman is final nail in superhero cinema's coffin. Uh-oh. Trouble is brewing, chat. Trouble is brewing. Michael Archangel says, I have a feeling James Gunn is going to go Guardians on this movie. Superman is not a comedy, nor should it be. All Superman humor is dry at best. I think that, well, comedy, I basically agree with you that, like, Superman is not, it's not meant to be like a comedy on the level of like Star-Lord, you know, in Guardians of the Galaxy, or Rocket Raccoon. Like, those are comedy type characters. I do think that Superman needs to have levity and lightness and joy in it. So I have no problem with Superman, you know, maybe cracking jokes. I definitely have no problem with humor and levity through it. I think it should be in Superman. But honestly, if you want a Superman version that did this very well, the New Adventures of Superman show, Lois and Clark with Dean Cain and Terry Hatcher, that show always had lots of comedy and levity, but it always took Superman seriously. And it took that is the best version of Lois Lane I think they've ever had on TV, because she was perky, she was funny, she was ambitious, but her ambition sometimes got the best of her. Like, she was the best version. And the chemistry between her and Dean Cain was so, they were always striking sparks. Every single episode of that show, they were striking sparks. That's impressive. That's really impressive. So anyway, my point is, I think you have to have levity and joy in a Superman film. And I'm fine with the crypto stuff in isolation. Like, I enjoy the little, like, the dog's being annoying and he's got to, like, that stuff is fine with me. I think the real issue here is there isn't a clear through line that's focused on Superman, right? One of the great strengths of Batman Begins, which Jeremy, the commander over there at D-Day Cobra, he actually said recently very brilliantly that Batman Begins is the best Batman movie, but The Dark Knight is like the best superhero movie, and I sort of agree with that take. I think that's a really good way of putting it. Batman Begins is truly, it's up there with Iron Man and Spider-Man 2 for me. It's just such an incredibly well-done superhero origin story. Well, I should say just superhero film in general, but the reason it works so well, Batman Begins, is it is focused entirely on the journey of Bruce Wayne and Batman, the character. That's what's so great about that film. It is the character of Batman that is at the core of that film. And I think that's what you need in the Superman film. But what do we get? We have all these Green Lanterns everywhere. We've got the kaiju and the dog and Hawk Girl and Mr. Terrific and all this stuff. And that's the problem with it. Tara says, I've got faith in James Gunn now that he's going through his tentacle phase. What? I don't know what to make of that comment, like, literally at all. I don't know what to make of that. I've got faith in James Gunn now that he's going through his tentacle phase. Soup's animated series is still peaked. I've played it. I played it last week because they showed that scene of, you know, from James Gunn's Superman, of Superman barging into Lex's office and saying, "Where is the dog? Where is the dog, Luthor?" And he's losing his shit completely. And there's a scene in the animated show where it's almost identical in many ways, where Superman just shows up to Lex Luthor's office, and it's the complete reverse. Luthor starts, you know, he starts monologuing to Superman about how I own this city and everyone in this city works for me. But when Superman just floats there staring at him and says nothing with this sort of stone face, then Lex Luthor starts to come unglued and become unhinged. He's like, say something, you know? And Superman just says, I'll be watching you, Luthor, and flies away. I'm like, now that's Superman. So, you know, there's such a great scene. I'm going to go find this scene. James Gunn, tentacle hentai. I don't know anything about that, Michael Archangel. I don't know anything about that. This is a family show, not really, on the Swords and Starships channel. I gotta find this clip. Let's see. How can I locate this? Just play a little bit of it.
A staple of the superhero mythology is there's the superhero and there's the alter ego.
It's from the film Kill Bill 2, which I quite love. And it's Bill's explanation of Superman, which is just awesome.
He's a coward. Clark Kent. He's weak.
So he basically explains that every superhero with an alter ego, the alter ego is the superhero. So Bruce Wayne is Bruce Wayne, but he becomes Batman, right? Peter Parker is Peter Parker until he becomes Spider-Man, right? He puts on the suit and becomes Spider-Man. But he says Superman is the opposite. Superman is the character, and his disguise is Clark Kent.
And what are the characteristics of Clark Kent? He's weak. He's unsure of himself. He's a coward. Clark Kent is Superman's critique on the whole human race. Sort of like Beatrix Kiddo and Mrs. Those are his clothes. He wakes up in the morning.
Yeah, this is the part. When Superman wakes up in the morning, he's Superman.
Superman. His alter ego is Clark Kent. His outfit with the big red S. That's the blanket he was wrapped in as a baby when the Kents found him. Those are his clothes. What Kent wears, the glasses, the business suit, that's the costume.
So that's all I'm going to play, but that is such a great illustration of why I object to Superman being so unglued and unhinged in that clip of him storming into Lex Luthor's office, because Superman is a character which, and say what you want about the Zack Snyder version, the Henry Cavill version had this quality as well, which is Superman does not need to explain himself to anyone. Superman does not need to concern himself with the judgments of others about him. He knows who he is. He knows what his morality is. He knows what he stands for. And someone like Lex Luthor is not capable of shaking his belief in that. That's why he's so naturally confident in other portrayals. That's why he's so naturally in control of himself. Now, can he lose control in a moment of severe crisis? Of course. And the comic books have portrayed that. But that's the exception. Superman's natural default state is confidence and stoicism because he already owns and inhabits that as his identity. It's his birthright. He came to this planet already sort of educated by his father, Jor-El, and his ideals and his values. So in many ways, and then the Kents, of course, instilled their Earth-based values in him. So Clark Kent knows, Superman knows exactly who he is as a man. He knows what he's about. He's 100%. He's not just super in his abilities. He's super in his confidence and his sense of himself and what his morals and principles are. And yes, he may feel like screaming at Lex Luthor because he's worried about his dog, and that's fine. But that's not how he's going to he's not going to behave that way right off the jump. Now, if that were the only scene where he's losing his shit, that might be one thing. The problem is almost every clip of the Superman film, he's acting this way. He's defensive and emotional when he's just being sort of playfully interviewed by Lois Lane. There's a voiceover in which he's saying, "People, we're gonna die," and it's like, what? Why is he whining? That's the problem. Is he's whining. The Christopher Reeve Superman, the Dean Cain Superman, the Henry Cavill Superman would all have simply explained, Lois, I did what was necessary because people were going to die. There's that great moment in the original Superman film with Christopher Reeve where Lois Lane playfully suggests that Superman is lying. And I love how he just kind of very calmly says, Lois, I never lie. That's important. You know, it's like, that's so cool. That is so cool. He's so calm. He's so collected. And it's not like he's trying to convince her. He's not trying to convince her of that. He's communicating what is simply his identity. I, Superman, never lie. And that's so powerful. That is so simple, so pure, so powerful. I simply cannot reconcile that character with this pajama boy who is storming into Luthor's office or jumping out of his chair in an interview with Lois Lane or yelling and whining. And I hope that is simply out of context in the actual film. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Yes, Redoubt. R.I.P. David Carradine. What a legend. He really was. He really was, and he was so good as Bill. He was so good in that. Michael Archangel says, have you ever seen Tarantino's movie clip about breaking down Top Gun? Holy crap. That was funny. Let me see if I can find it. Tarantino on Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, Tarantino is a brilliant filmmaker. He really is. And he's also a snob who's very much up his own asshole, which is fine.
What's the film about? What's it really about?
I think I found it. Share screen, Mr. Producer. Is this the one you're talking about?
Really about? What genre does it take?
What like the spine?
The spine.
Like one sentence? Like
no, I don't fucking Boy Meets Girl. I don't give a shit about that. Fuck Boy Meets Girl. Fuck motorcycle movie. No, what is really being said? What's really being seen? That's what you were talking about. Because the whole idea, man, is subversion. You want subversion on a massive level. You know what one of the greatest fucking scripts ever written in the history of Hollywood is?
What?
Top Gun.
Oh, come on.
Top Gun is fucking great. What is Top Gun? You think it's a story about a bunch of fighter pilots?
Yeah, it's about a bunch of guys waving their dicks around.
It is a story about a man's struggle with his own homosexuality. That's it. That is what Top Gun is about, man. You've got Maverick, all right? He's on the edge, man. He's right on the fucking line, all right? And you've got Iceman and all his crew.
Right.
They're gay. And they represent the gay man, right. All right? And they're saying, go.
Okay. All right. I see where this is going.
Go the gay way. Go the gay way. He could go both ways.
What about Kelly McGillis, right?
Kelly McGillis, she's heterosexuality. She's saying, no. Go the normal way. Play by the rules, go the normal way. And they're saying, no, go the gay way. Be the gay way. Go for the gay way. All right, that is what's going on throughout that whole movie. He goes to her house, right? All right, it looks like they're going to have sex. You know, they're just kind of sitting back. He's taking a shower and everything. They don't have sex. He gets on the motorcycle, drives away. She's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
Right.
Next scene you see her. She's in the elevator. She is dressed like a guy. She's got the cap on. She's got the aviator glasses. She's wearing the same jacket that the Iceman wears. She is, okay, this is how I gotta get this guy. This guy's going towards the gay way. So I gotta bring him back. I gotta bring him back from the gay way. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna...
Okay, that's all I'm gonna play because I don't want to get like blocked or something over this clip. So I gotta leave it there. But that's pretty funny. You may have a point. May have a point. Just some dudes playing volleyball. There's nothing to see there. Michael Archangel says, grew up with Christopher Reeve, and my big sister took me to see the movies. Now 56. I'm still a huge Cavill fan, though DC did him dirty. Yeah, I haven't really ever said much on this channel about my, I don't know, have I? About my thoughts of the Man of Steel film, which I quite liked when it came out. And I think there's a lot to like about the Man of Steel film. So here are the things that are really, really strong and really brilliant in the Man of Steel film. I really love Diane Lane and Kevin Costner as his parents, the Kents. That is the best portrayal of the Kents I've ever seen. The scene where his mother comes to the school and is helping him through the crisis of him discovering his powers in the classroom and being terrified. You know, he can hear everything, see everything. He doesn't know how to make sense of it all. That was so powerful. The scene where, Pa Kent is trying to help him reconcile that he's adopted, that he's from another planet. And he's like, can't I just keep pretending I'm your son? And he's like, you are my son. Like, and instilling in him, like the faith and the morals that he needs to have in himself, but also helping him reconcile that he's part of something greater than the Kents, you know? That was so powerful. I love Michael Shannon as Zod. I think he was so good. I love the elements of the human military having to come to terms with this entity that they cannot control. And there's a very optimistic element in there of how, rather than simply become dedicated to destroying him, the military ultimately comes to kind of a truce with Superman, where they say, okay, we accept that you're not our enemy, right? We still have issues, but you're not our enemy, so we're going to work with you. And I thought that was all really, really good. Okay. The problem with the film is the extraordinarily nihilistic and twisted morality in which Jonathan Kent forces is a strong word, but more or less emotionally manipulates his own son into allowing him to die in order to keep his secret, which is one of the most evil things I think I've ever seen. I did not like it when I saw the movie. I did not like that at all. It bothered me. It really sat wrong with me. Also because, I don't know if you know, but if you've seen it, but that show Smallville back from the 90s, it was the where it's about Clark Kent before he's Superman. It was cheesy. It was dopey as hell. But the portrayal of Jonathan Kent's death in that show was unbelievably good. Like, really well done. And it was the classic thing of, like, he died of a heart attack, which is very important because it illustrates that Superman is not a god. He doesn't have ultimate say over life and death. So having that change in Man of Steel, where his father makes him essentially choose to let him die, undermines that entire concept. Like, it completely undermines it. It puts a kind of original sin on him that's so awful. So yeah, that was terrible. I also thought that the total wanton destruction, in retrospect, at the time I'm watching the movie, I was mostly just having a good time watching it, but like, I was kind of slowly getting a little bit bothered by how much of Metropolis was getting trashed in the fight with Zod. And then the aftermath of that movie was that everyone was kind of up in arms about it. There was a lot of negative buzz about that after the movie came out about, man, Superman just trashed Metropolis and killed millions of people in that fight. And he didn't even care. That was like, which is, to me, that's too harsh of a critique. Obviously, Superman did care. He was trying to stop Zod from annihilating the entire human race, which is nice. I appreciate that. And he had to, he didn't have a lot of choice in that. The problem is the film did not really show Superman trying to get the battle away from the people. They never showed that, and that really undermined the idea that Superman was actually protecting people. It made Superman seem kind of glib and kind of uncaring, really. Those are the two main issues with Man of Steel. Other than those two issues, I think it's a pretty good film. Now, there's some other minor issues, which is Amy Adams is a terrible, boring, drab Lois Lane who, she's the character in name only. She's just not that. She's not Lois Lane. She's a reporter that Clark Kent supposedly falls in love with. She's a very generic character in that movie, and I never liked her. And you know why? Because they tried to portray her like a real reporter. The problem is the idea of the investigative journalist who puts themselves in harm's way because they love nothing more than the truth, and all they care about is the truth, is a myth. It is a mythological character that does not exist in the real world. Such a thing as journalism in pursuit of truth, if it ever existed truly, it doesn't exist anymore. So it's always super cringe when movies lionize the idea of they glorify the idea of the journalist. And that's what they did. They made her like a journalistic character from some hard-boiled political thriller. And that's a terrible direction for Lois Lane. That's not the character that she is. So that sucked. But like, Zod was awesome. Like, Zod was freaking awesome. I loved the Kents, and I liked the fact that They showed the really human side of Superman in that film. But he was also a bit too dour. He was too dour. So when Henry Cavill said, hey, we're going to do a more optimistic, hopeful Superman, I was excited. Because to me, that was really the only thing missing from the Henry Cavill portrayal is the kind of joyfulness, the joyfulness of Superman. So, it's no trouble for Superman to defend the world. It's no trouble. It's what he was born to do. I mean, really, I think that the misstep is that in the Man of Steel film, I think the main dramatic tension for Clark Kent was that he was at odds with his natural calling to protect people. In a sense, which is another reason why this was such a wrong direction, Jonathan Kent basically tells Clark that he may have to just keep his powers secret forever because if he ever reveals himself to the world, they won't understand. And he asks his father, what does that mean? Does that mean I may have to just let people die? And he says, maybe. And it's like, what a horrific thing. What a horrific thing to tell him. So the Clark Kent of Man of Steel is literally a miserable character in the beginning because he's suppressing his natural desire to be a hero and help people. And it's not until he steps into the identity of being Superman and protecting people that he comes to life as a character. And I think that if they had sort of continued on that trajectory, it would have been great. Unfortunately, the next film that happened was Batman v Superman, one of the most dour, depressing, miserable, awful, laughably melodramatic superhero films I have ever seen. Maybe the worst superhero film of all time. And I will never forget laughing out loud in the theater when I am watching Batman beat Superman in the head with a bathroom sink. And I was like, what the hell? What are we doing here? This is such bizarre imagery. This is so bizarre. It's not just... It's just weird. It's very, very weird, okay? Batman's reasoning for wanting to murder Superman is so out... It's so whacked out that, you can't take the movie seriously. Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor is one of the worst... That's one of the worst supervillain portrayals I've ever seen. He's so bad in that movie. It's so bad. I hate Batman v Superman. That movie is depression distilled into a movie until you watch Rebel Moon. And then it is going to redefine depressingly bad. But Man of Steel had a lot of potential. It had a lot going for it. And of course, the best thing that Man of Steel and the Snyderverse ever had going for it, bar none, was Henry Cavill as Superman. Henry Cavill was a great Superman. I don't know that he was a great Clark Kent, though. I will say that Henry Cavill, not as really good Clark Kent. He's basically just Henry Cavill when he's Clark Kent. And that's Clark Kent. Remember, Clark Kent is the disguise. And the Snyderverse inverted that. Snyder even said, I'm pretty sure I read somewhere, so yeah, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that Snyder actually did specifically view Clark Kent as his true self and Superman as his identity, as his alter ego. Which, as David Carradine's Bill correctly observed in Kill Bill Volume 2, that's not the correct reading of the Superman character. The Superman suit, those are his clothes that he was wrapped in as a baby. That's a great way to put it. Those are his clothes. So anyway, there you go. Martha! Yes, Fu Man Blue. The Martha, why did you say that name? It was so stupid. That was so stupid. Do you know why? Because the entire battle between Batman and Superman in that movie, all Superman is trying to do is say one sentence that will reveal that they don't need to be fighting each other. Just one sentence. And plot contrivances prevent Superman from simply telling Batman the one thing that he needs to tell Batman that will diffuse the whole situation, which is a really bad foundation for a conflict. Michael Archangel said Lana Lang in Smallville helped a lot. She really did. She really, really did. And when they finally introduced Lois Lane in that show, she wasn't good. I did not like it was not as bad as Amy Adams, but it was a very generic Lois Lane character. I think Lana Lang, Lana Lang kind of overshadowed Lois Lane in that show. Fu Man Blue agrees. Aquaman from Smallville is now Jack Reacher, says Michael Archangel. I know, it's hard to believe. Why did you say Martha? Everyone said, why did you say Martha? Why did you say Martha? I could just see Zack Snyder at the keyboard writing that in the script and just being so happy with himself. Oh my God, this is great. Oh my God, did you know they both have the same name for their mothers? Although did Zack Snyder write Batman v Superman? I actually don't know. I don't know if Snyder wrote that. I have to double check here. I'm grabbing. I'm going to tell you the exact moment that I realized how much I hated Batman v Superman. You want to know the exact moment? Okay. I'll maybe it's better if I just show you. Writers were screenplay by Jerry Siegel. So it wasn't written by Zack Snyder. Okay, fine. Then it was Jerry Siegel at the... Okay. Superman created by Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster. Those are the comic book writers. The authors of the screenplay were Chris Terrio, David S. Goyer. Chris Terrio, David S. Goyer. So those are the writers of the script. What a terrible script that movie has. Ugh. Really bad. Okay, let me see if I can find this. Yeah, here we go. Batman v Superman trailer. Because there was a lot in the trailer I was very excited about, I remember. And the thing that most excited me in the Batman v Superman trailer, I'll show you what it is. And when I saw the actual scene in the movie, I realized how much I hated this film. Here we go.
Today is a day for truth. The world needs to know what happened and to know what he stands for. That kind of power is very dangerous.
That is the moment. This moment right here. This is the moment I was excited for in the Batman v Superman film. This visual imagery is incredible. Superman walking into the Capitol to face the representatives of the people. That is such a powerful, dynamite image. I could not wait for this conversation. I could not wait to hear what he was going to say to the senator. I couldn't wait to hear what the senator was going to say to him. Remember, there's a similar scene in Iron Man 2, which Iron Man 2, not the greatest entry in the MCU Phase 1, but the scene in which Tony Stark is in the Capitol explaining, I've successfully privatized peace. Like, that was a great scene because it was the drama of Iron Man having to confront the representatives of the people about his activities, and it was a great scene. I was so excited to see what Superman was going to do in that situation. And you know what happens in the movie? Literally the second before he can open his mouth and say anything, the Capitol building explodes in a fire explosion. Everyone's killed. And I was like, fuck this movie. This movie is trash. Trash. That was the moment in the theater where I was like, wow. This movie is a train wreck. This movie's a disgrace. This movie has nothing interesting to say. That was the moment I realized this movie has nothing interesting to say. And it just got worse and worse and worse as the movie went on. And I was like, oh, I hate this movie. I hate this movie so much you can't even believe it. Batman v Superman is some of the worst garbage ever produced for a superhero film. Absolute trash. I should stop. It is the worst superhero film ever made. I'm honest when I say it. Worst superhero film ever made. And that scene is a big reason why. Crowbar the Skull is in the chat and says, "Hail, Captain. Hail, crewmates. Hail." Crowbar the Skull. Michael Archangel says, "I'd love to see a Teen Titans movie, not that woke CW crap." I fairly agree with you. Fu Man Blue says, "I love the part when Cyborg takes over the crawler." I mostly liked the Snyder cut of Justice League. I actually thought there was a lot of redeeming qualities in the Snyder cut of Justice League. It was a lot better. But yeah, Batman v Superman, terrible movie. Just such a terrible movie. And it didn't have to be. That's part of why I hate it so much. You know, when you see something like Madam Web that's just laughable and silly and completely absurd and one of the just one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, it doesn't make me mad in the way that Batman v Superman makes me mad, because Batman v Superman makes me mad because there were so many really brilliant elements in it, right? Like, as I mentioned, the visual of Henry Cavill Superman walking into the Capitol building is iconic. It's iconic. It's mind-blowingly good, that visual. And there's a lot of visuals in that film that are that good. A lot. And to make something that dog shit with so many beautiful, excellent elements is what makes me angry. That's what makes me mad, because it's like, how could you do that? Okay, what else is in the stack of stuff? Did I cover everything, Mr. Producer, on the James Gunn suit? I think I did. So next up, we have got to roast the shit out of Ironheart. Just a little, if you'll forgive me, chat, a little more Ironheart, because you've got to know. If you don't know, you have got to know the depths to which even I couldn't believe it. I could not believe where this show goes. Okay, and then I've got a treat for you, chat. We're going to talk about the Fallout world, because the creator of the Fallout world had something very interesting to say about how Bethesda gets it wrong. We've got Star Wars news. We've got some wins to celebrate. Lots going on, and that's coming straight up after a short break, and I will be right back. And we are back here on the Captain's Cast on a Sunday on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to put a like on it. We've been hitting the algorithm of late. It's been fun. We've been pulling in a few new viewers here and there. Welcome to the new viewers. Michael Archangel, Tara, whose last name I will not say. I'm not going to say that. And there's a couple others popping by once in a while. Good to see you. And it's time to roast Ironheart. We've got to talk about Ironheart. So now, if you don't know, Ironheart was made in 2022, okay? It was made when wokeness was really at its peak. It was ascendant. The wokeness meaning identity politics wackoism. Wackoism. The ideology of wackos. Insane, delusional, crazy ideas. That we were at the absolute ascendancy of all of that, and Ironheart is clearly a product of that. It's the most interesting quality of this type of character is that because a female in the wacko hyper feminist ideology of that era, the female protagonist can never ever be seen to be denied power. And because of this, if she does anything from a posture of power, she is somehow the hero. And this results in an extraordinarily warped morality. So imagine the incredible arc of a character going from being a college dropout who steals the property of her university on the way out the door. This is just the beginning. Who then decides she needs to find a way to steal money so she can build something iconic. Who joins a criminal gang that burglarizes and extorts money from entrepreneurs and business owners. Who then calls upon the powers of black magic to make it possible for her to beat the bad guy who has made a deal with the devil, who then beats that bad guy and then concludes the series by making a deal with the devil. Now, is it literally the devil? Well, not exactly, but it's Mephisto, who is clearly, who is stated in the show to be from an evil dimension, who uses dark, evil, magical powers, and who basically buys the souls of human beings that he can control. So she sells her soul to Mephisto at the end of the story. It's one of the most incredible, non-hero journeys I've ever seen. Now, it would be one thing if the show were literally saying, no, we're going to show you this character becoming an evil villain. That would be one thing. But the show seems to think that she's a hero, and a sympathetic one at that. It's truly incredible. And okay, good. I suddenly became paranoid that my mic was muted because it's been known to happen from time to time. Tara says, Mephisto, like you don't know how a Hollywood agent works. Yeah, I mean, basically, he's a Hollywood agent. That's basically what he is. No, I will say this, though. Sacha Baron Cohen as this character, Mephisto, was really pretty good. Actually, he was really pretty good. I actually could see a lot of potential for Sacha Baron Cohen. And by the way, there's another character. Let me grab I need to grab the cast list because I don't remember the actor's name. Because he plays the bad guy. I mean, The most evil character in Ironheart, in my view, is Riri Williams. She is the most evil character because there's another evil character, but at least he's honest about who he is. That's right, Parker. Parker Robbins, played by Anthony Ramos. He plays the antagonist who first sold his soul to Mephisto. He's the guy running the criminal crew that Riri joins, and they wind up enemies of each other. I actually really like the actor, Anthony Ramos, that plays him, and it's kind of unfortunate that he's in such a stupid garbage show because the character of Parker has some potential. He actually has some potential. I almost kind of wish this had been like a head fake. Like, we're supposed to think that Riri's the hero and he's the villain, but he winds up on a redemption arc and it turns out she's the bad guy. I'm going to tell you something right now. Do you know what Ironheart makes me think of? It makes me think of the in-world superhero films in the Boys universe. You know what I'm talking about? You know how if you've seen The Boys, there are these fictional superhero films within the Boys universe where Homelander is saving the day and the Seven are joining forces, and they're super cheesy. They're total propaganda. That's exactly what Ironheart feels like. It feels like the in-world superhero film for the Ironheart character that, like, Billy Butcher, like, she's an evil psychopath, right? She does terrible things to people. But the in-world fictional film that she stars in is this Ironheart show. I swear, that's what it seems like to me. Disney is absolutely the real world Vought company. If Vought were a real company, it's Disney. I'm going to ask you a serious question, chat. You know what? I'm not even going to ask you. I'm going to make it a poll right now. We're going to do a poll. Okay. If Disney discovered the real, what's the name of, hey Siri, what's the name of the compound that grants superpowers in the Boys universe?
Here's an answer from bellalash.com.
Okay. I thought so. I can't remember if it was B or V. Okay. If Disney discovered the real compound V from the Boys universe, would they use it the same? Would they use it just as evilly as Vought? My question is damn it! Mr. Producer, I've run out of characters again. No, it's not my fault. It's YouTube's fault. They only give me 100. How can I ask a question of sophistication? How can I ask a question of nuance, depth, complexity? How can I use the full breadth of my diction, Mr. Producer, if I am limited to a measly 100 characters? How can you say that to me? Of course I am brief, as much as I can be. So I have to rephrase. Why do I have to do everything? Okay, fine. We'll just say, would they use it? would they use it just like Vought? All right, go. I know what my vote is. If Disney had the real Compound V, would they do exactly what Vought does with it? Would Bob Iger do that? Would he create evil superheroes and cover up their murders and all kinds of shit like that? Oh my God, 100% he would. 100%. And then after Homelander had lasered to death like a whole plane full of people or something, or like whatever Captain America, right? It'd be Captain America, they created the real Captain America, and he just killed a bunch of people, and they covered it up, made it look like an accident. Bob Iger would 100% be in one of those business conferences and be like, it's very, very unfortunate. It's very, I like you am an American and am very disturbed about the rumors that Captain America deliberately allowed those 700 people to die. But, we at Disney, we pride ourselves on hiring only the most ethical superheroes. And of course, we take great care in ensuring that all of our superheroes do the right thing at all times. And I can tell you that I personally have read those reports, and I personally have spoken to Captain America myself, and we can quite assure you that nothing unethical was done whatsoever, and that the accidental and very unfortunate death of those 700 people in a freak laser accident is in no way connected to our superheroes at the Disney Company. We believe in only the highest virtues of superhero, and we're very deeply disturbed by any reports to the contrary. That is 100%. That is 100% what would happen. Fuman Blue says polls don't need all that much nuance, nerd. Now you're on Mr. Producer's side. I see how that is. How can I properly express the depth of my question in 100 characters? It's not possible. We're at 50-50 right now. So keep the votes going. Evilly. I know it's not a word. Evilly is not a word. Would they use it just like VOT? That's what I landed on. Would they use it just like VOT? I think they would. I lost my train of thought, Mr. Producer. What were we going to talk about? Oh, that's right. Ironheart. Okay, cool. So we've got a couple of videos. Let's check out the It's a Gundam. So the basic ending of Ironheart was she realizes her suit doesn't, apparently wind and solar does not provide her suit enough power all of a sudden for her to be able to fight the bad guy at the end, Parker. And so she says, I need to use the same power he's using. I need to use the powers of black magic. Where can I find some black magic to power my suit endlessly? so she gets her black magic friend, which is, I mean, I thought we were trying to get away from a certain magical people trope, if you know what I'm saying. Never mind that. I'm just trying to be progressive. So she goes and uses the powers of black magic to fight black magic and then defeats the bad guy. And then the ultimate black magic entity, Mephisto, offers her a deal and she says yes. She doesn't even take that much persuading. Like literally she says, nah, I'm not going to do that. He's like, but I could give you this. And she's like, okay, sure, I'll do it. It's so anyway, hat tip, It's a Gundam. We're gonna check out this It's a Gundam video on Ironheart. DEI Ironheart. Because I've been saving this. I wanted to watch the show and kind of collect my thoughts before I watched it. So this is my fresh reaction to It's a Gundam's take on Ironheart. Okay, here we go.
I'm kind of one of Madripoor's most wanted. Tutu.
Black girl magic!
Literally! It's literally what happens. It's literally what happens in the show.
Another day, another dismal Disney. One more link in the chain of oversaturated Marvel tie-in movies and TV shows. To understand what's going on, you have to watch 7 Marvel movies, literally. Disney even tells you.
I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disney tried to boost hype for Ironheart by having Robert Downey Jr. involved in promotional material. You might be worried about his health. Don't worry, he's fine. He just became a vegan. Need I say more?
My dad's birthday, thanks for considerate. Also, God, you've been doing too much press.
Well, I cannot believe Robert Downey Jr. looks like he's dying. He looks like he's dying. It's frightening, man. Michael Archangel, I think it's a little too late to say no homo. Says, screw Ironheart. Let's talk about why Henry Cavill is so dreamy. Well, listen, look, Michael, he's just a mortal man, okay? He's just a mortal man.
Ironheart premieres today. It's all been leading to this. Isn't that exciting?
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for the call.
17 years from the birth of the MCU
Oh
to
my
the
God.
premiere of Ironheart, and we're in this love together.
Gay. Well, anyway, Disney got Robin.
See? You know, I don't mind Robert Downey Jr. being kind to a colleague. See, this is the problem with these actors and creators setting themselves up as enemies of the audience. Part of the reason they do this is because these are their coworkers, really. These are their colleagues. These are people that they form friendships and relationships with. And part of the problem is it's like, that's all fine. That's the inner world of the professional film creator. But what they fail to understand is that has nothing to do with the audience experience of what you're creating. You care about your co-star or your colleague, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But don't act like that somehow immunizes you from criticism for what you created. If what you created is rejected by the audience, that's as fair as it gets. And so on one level, I understand what RDJ is doing here. He's being kind to his colleague, and that's fine. That has nothing to do with whether or not Ironheart is a good character, an entertaining show, or whether the audience accepts or rejects it. It's just that simple. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't object to Robert Downey Jr. doing any of this. It's cringe. It's annoying. It's cringe and it's annoying because it's done in a kind of, there's an implication that you're a mean person if you don't like Ironheart. That I think is what rightly has audiences rolling their eyes. There's a kind of like, you're just a mean person if you don't like Ironheart. And that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Everybody who's ever made a movie together can say, oh my gosh, this director's so great. We had such a great working relationship. That has nothing to do with whether the product was good. Roll tape.
In the mix with the star of the show. I don't know her name. We'll call her Push T for now. It was all very performative and forgettable. Unless you're a Disney adult. Ironheart starts off like a Vanity Fair article on Pedro Pascal. Inauthentic.
The equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great. I need cash. Money. Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire? No shade. That's just the way the world works.
Tony Stark built the...
So it has been while it is constantly stated that in the first Iron Man film, he builds the first Iron Man suit, with scrap in a cave. He builds a freaking miniaturized fusion reactor in a cave in 2 weeks with a gun to his head. And a car battery keeping his heart from stopping, right? And that's all well and good. But you know what's so interesting is someone else on X reminded me of something I also totally forgot, which is in Iron Man 3, he loses everything. He winds up completely without his lab, his technology, or his money. He goes to like a Home Depot store and buys everything he needs to build Iron Man equipment. It's like that totally got memory hold, as if so the whole premise of Iron Man 3 is, who is Tony Stark without the suit, without his money, without his lab? And the whole premise of Iron Man 3 is to illustrate that he's exactly who he's always been, the guy who can build an Iron Man suit out of scraps. So it's all the more stark to see this character of Riri Williams, who is delusional. She is delusional. She has a fantasy in her head of who Iron Man is. And, the interesting thing about it is that's not far from the truth. A lot of people view successful entrepreneurs who have built massive businesses and empires, they view them this way. It's like, oh, well, they were born with a silver spoon or whatever. And in some cases that may be true. But the fact of the matter is a lot of failure goes into success. A lot. And you don't see the failures. You don't see all the rockets that Elon Musk crashed that almost bankrupted him before the rockets finally took off, right? You don't see all of the inventions that Thomas Edison invented that didn't work out and didn't sell. There are so many examples of this. All the years of being a complete unknown writer that so many famous novelists have gone through before finally becoming the famous author that you know. So it's all the years of obscurity that so many now successful people went through before they were actually able to succeed. So it's very interesting to me that this character of Riri Williams perceives Tony Stark as sort of being handed everything he needed to become Iron Man when nothing could be further from the truth. And she herself is a greedy, entitled, self-obsessed asshole who thinks that she's lazy. She's fucking lazy. She literally does not want to jump through the hoops that the university wants. She doesn't. I want to do what I want to do with my grant money, and if you won't let me, then screw you. She's such an awful character.
Iron Man's suit out of trash in a cave while being held captive with a hole in his heart. There wasn't billions of dollars at his disposal in the cave. But what would a modern black woman be?
Well, of course, Michael Archangel, the first Iron Man is all you need. Like, it's the best of the three, of course. Iron Man 2 is pretty good. It's got its problems. Iron Man 3, I am not... there are parts of it I like. I really disliked, though, that the Mandarin was a fake actor. I thought that was pretty lame. That was really pretty lame. Honestly, the best Iron Man films are Iron Man 1 and then all the MCU films he was a part of. That's basically it. The other MCU films where he's a character are the other good Iron Man films.
Without some stereotypical oppression hangups, even in 2025.
Even when we're following the diet than our white women counterparts. It's literally that the racism that you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet actually means the diet don't work for you the same.
Clearly, this character was written as if it was a white progressive that was the lead writer, but it was actually written by a group of black women.
That's why everything doesn't make sense. The scene when they're inside of the terrarium or something like that.
Last metal check before we head to Heirloom. The sensors in these greenhouses are no joke.
A few moments later.
They all show up wearing metal.
I cannot believe this show. The most heinous piece of shit people are just doing awful things, and it's meant to be like, aren't they so cool? Aren't they such a cool, plucky bunch of little heisters? They're heisting things. It's like a fun Ocean's 11 for the Marvel. She's setting things on fire. They're extorting people. They're murdering security guards. They're horrible people. Horrible people.
Accents on their clothing. The black girl has jewelry. The gay dude has suspenders and jewelry.
I guess you have to suspend disbelief.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Instead of Riri patenting her great inventions and presenting the ideas to companies to make money, she sells them to other students so they can pass for far less money. And then she gets kicked out of school for doing so. Listen, it makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it. I mean, hell, Nvidia would love this girl. Lockheed and Martin would kill for her.
Due respect and joy, what do I get out of matriculation? Some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window and a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like? I want to build something undeniable. I want real life scientific epiphanies. You want me to do homework? I have to explain to my professors. You want me to be small, but I refuse.
She is stunning and brave.
I'm supposed to believe that Riri is one of the...
You know, aside from what an arrogant, entitled, and just greedy person Riri Williams is, I just can never get it. She's so greedy, and it's so off-putting all the time. But aside from that, there's what Gundam is pointing out here is quite illustrative of what's wrong with the rest of the Marvel universe at this point. I talk to people occasionally. I don't know if I would call them normies per se, but just people that are still watching the MCU and I like the MCU. I don't care. As long as it's MCU, I enjoy it. And I'm like, okay, fine. I don't want to rain on your parade. Yes, I do. But my problem is every concept in the MCU that was once really cool and interesting has been totally diluted by bullshit like this. The idea that she cannot make money when she can just invent basically super futuristic, like world-changing technology in her bedroom with nothing. The idea that she is somehow broke and she can't make any money off of any of this and she doesn't know what to do with it, it's world-breaking. It breaks the lore of the MCU because it basically means that all this super-duper technology is just magical bullshit. Like, it doesn't have any real impact in the world. When Tony Stark invented a single suit of Iron Man armor, he immediately became basically the most powerful man on the planet. He basically became like a private army. He even says it in the second Iron Man film, I have successfully privatized peace, right? He essentially become effectively the equivalent of Superman. Like, in other words, the fact that he had this Iron Man suit was a big deal. So when you have characters that can just do magic in their candy store, you have this character who can just invent super shields that are considered basically worthless by the rest of humanity in her bedroom, it waters down the entire universe and ruins it. So yeah, the MCU's over. I said this to someone who's still a fan of the MCU. They were like, yeah, I really liked that. I really liked that one part in Endgame when this happened. And I said, yes, it was a great ending. And they're like, yeah, it was a good ending to that phase of the MCU. I said, no. I meant how I said it. It was a great ending to the MCU. What do you mean? I said, well, for me, that's when the MCU ended. It's over, and I'm fine with that. Whatever's going on after that point is just fan fiction to me. It's all a bunch of fan fiction at this point.
Smartest human beings in the MCU. But she talks like a fry cook at Burger King rather than Thomas Stowell.
You know nothing about this man. Don't laugh at me.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book on which about black rednecks and white liberals.
By the way, she's going to be a big player in the new Avengers movie, the Doomsday one, because Legacy of Kang or whatever has been memory hold.
Goodbye. Black Panther director says TV spin-off Ironheart is a great sample of things to come in Avengers Doomsday, even though it was filmed before Marvel made the switch to doc.
But by the way, I believe this headline is dead on accurate. Dead on accurate. Black Panther director says TV spinoff Ironheart is a, quote, great sample of things to come in Avengers Doomsday. I 100% believe that statement. I really do. Which is why I believe Avengers Doomsday is going to be a cataclysmic failure. I think this will be the one that finally gets the message through. I think when Avengers Doomsday is a complete disaster and a box office flop, I think at that point it might finally deliver the message through Kevin Feige's thick skull in a way that the other dozen flops and failures have failed to get the message through. Chooch McGee says ILM for sure will do some wild stuff with AI video. Most likely, I mean, at this point, stories are practically AI generated anyway. Universal says years ago there were 50,000 comic book stores. Now how many are there? Yes, of course. Yeah, and don't forget to vote in the poll, Chooch McGee. The poll is still open. I'm going to close it soon. The question is, if Disney had the real Compound V from the Boys universe, would they use it the same way Vought does? Or would they be ethical with it?
Dr. Doom.
If this show is indicative of what to expect for Dr. Doom, Doomsday, or whatever the hell it is, I suspect they'll have another $200 million flop on their hands. In the comics, Riri stole Iron Man's suit. In the MCU, she made it. But why retcon that if you're just going to make her a thief again anyway? Really doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's such a great point. I didn't know that. So in the comics, Ironheart, Riri Williams steals Iron Man's suit in the comics. But in their infinite wisdom, the geniuses writing this show in the MCU decided, well, we can't have her be a thief. We can't know. We can't have the foundation of her character being stealing something from a white man. So we'll say that she invents it. And then she starts stealing from white people. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? She is such a scumbag in this show. She is a scumbag. She is one of the most vile characters in the entire MCU, and that is saying something, because we've got Echo, who is a scumbag. We have Nick Fury, who has become a pathetic sad sack. Who else do we have? We have so many. We have Wanda, who is a scumbag. It's incredible. It's incredible how many characters the MCU is producing that are scumbags, and that are meant to be the heroes of the shows and the movies. Kathleen ruined it all. I mean, she ruined Star Wars. Kevin Feige. This is all Kevin Feige, though. He ruined the Marvel universe. Kabuki AI Video says Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and A Better Tomorrow, AI-powered kung fu film. Yes. People don't realize what is coming. China is so far ahead with video tech. No, that's a good point. They're basically going to be producing. They're going. So here's my feeling about AI. I think we are going to have an enormous amount of slop. An enormous amount of slop that is produced by AI. Okay. But I do also think that it's going to give independent creators a unique opportunity who know how to use it, who are visionary, to produce some really awesome things also. So the reason why I'm not really concerned about AI producing enormous amounts of slop is Hollywood has already abrogated their professional calling to produce good content. They've already let that go. They are already producing handcrafted garbage. Hollywood produces an unending supply of lazy, handcrafted crap. So I don't particularly fear a future in which AI is simply doing that for them and replacing them. Thank you, Hollywood. Your services in producing garbage is no longer required because AI is now creating garbage for you. And at least there's the small chance that a couple of talented, unique, visionary indie creators will actually create something good out of it without your help. Roll tape.
In the comics, they changed it to she reverse engineered an Iron Man suit. You know, kind of like how China reverse engineers everything and then resells it for cheap.
Stop him! After a set of predictable events, including
Sherlock Homeboy is in the chat. Welcome aboard, Sherlock, and of course, welcome to you as well, Kabuki. Says, as a director, I'd rather not have to work with human actors eventually. Well, you're not going to have to. This is crazy. It's crazy to me. Think of this. Hollywood creatives are literally about to become obsolete, and they act like the world is their due. They are more entitled, more narcissistic, more completely out of touch than they have ever been, literally as they are facing extinction. They think that they're going to be able to go on strike and unionize and organize and protest, and regulate their way out of this, and they're not. They're not. AI is going to replace them. The only hope that they have is to be more valuable than what AI produces. Tom Cruise is one of the few creatives that understands this. He is out there working his ass off, risking his life to create things that transcend AI and CGI and the volume. He's out there creating things that are real, that are visually powerful, that give you an actual reason to buy that ticket. And on top of all of that, he's showing love and appreciation not just to the audience, but to every theater worker who's out there selling tickets and making theater goers happy. It's incredible to me that he's the rarity. These actors don't even understand. There's not going to be jobs for them anymore. Very soon, they're going to be superfluous. Vestigial organs no longer required.
The Queer Breakfast Club having a trans man and woman beat up actual men in incredible ease, by the way. A non-binary drag queen hacker that can't type to save their life. Incredible. It's just incredible. We get the usual Marvel comedy, paying homage to the cult classic film I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, but with none of the humor or the charm. It's just like a member berry for the older people.
I'll admit the return home scene for Riri.
I'll admit the return home scene for Riri with a house full of black women and no men in sight is very accurate, but all the black women just happen to be thin. Yeah, sure. Wink, wink. I'm deducting hood points for this one. By the second episode, it's clear that the MCU has deteriorated into a better funded version of the CW. I feel like I'm watching what's that show called? Robin Hood? With all the minorities stealing stuff? With an Iron Man suit that has a design fit for an episode of Juco B Fighter. The cast of characters, the dead friend Natalie, who becomes the perfect AI from a brain scan, but doesn't act like an AI at all.
Bonnie and Clyde back on the street! Come on, best friend! Go, best friend! That's the best friend! I go, best friend!
And has panic attacks because that makes total sense.
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
Freeze! Hands up.
Natalie, close the helmet. Now's not the time to start glitching. Snap out of it.
Right.
In the comics, Riri had Tony Stark as her AI while he was in a coma, but I'm pretty sure Robert Downey Jr. would cost more than 5 episodes of this show. The obligatory queer representation, let's be real here, if queer people were this productive in tech, video games would be better optimized. Now every major game title has to be on an M.2 drive to even run correctly on a PC.
He's out of line, but he's right.
The main villain is Hood, who honestly is one of the lamest Marvel villains ever created. This dude is F tier. I forgot that he even existed. The Hood was always one of those background villains that you'd see in a comic panel off in the shadows. Anything I ever read, I mean, he just meant nothing. That's right. I'm a hater. By the way, Hood was a white dude, but whatever. One thing I always found an odd choice is whenever Parker Robbins talked to the crew, he would always say there were a bunch of good-looking people every time he addressed the group. But everybody here is low-key ugly, as the kids would say. And frankly, every time I see Riri, I hear Nostalgia by Push T with Kendrick Lamar.
20 plus years of selling Johnson & Johnson. I started out as a baby-faced monster.
This is serious!
Stop that laughing!
Eric Andre was in the show for literally 3 whole scenes, and then they killed him off screen. So you know this show has a small budget. You have the trans badass fighters, the white guy who's an arms dealer, but he's quirky and can't stand up for himself, obviously. And much like the review for this show, it's all over the place. One minute it's a comedy, the next is a drama, it's a buddy flick, it's action-adventure, it's self-discovery. I don't even know what to make of this show. Really, Ironheart is just another in a long line of MCU shows and movies that leave no mark on you. In fact, they make you wonder, why was it even made in the first place? I guess that this is supposed to be a lead up to the Doctor Doom Avengers big brawl out movie? I'm not excited at all. If I didn't have people pushing me to watch this crap and then do a review, I would ignore it like many of the new Marvel MCU shows, like Agatha All Along and Daredevil Born Again. Yeah, I said it. The show has its moments and...
Yes, my chat inflicted this show on me. Inflicted! They said, you have to watch this. And so I watched it. I started watching Agatha All Along. I watched one episode and I said, this isn't even worth my time to talk about. Like, it's not even worth it. This wasn't made for me. It's just, let it go. Just let it go. Let the Disney adult Hocus Pocus crowd enjoy Agatha if they so choose.
Some of the actors are clearly wasted on this project, while others are just there to tick a box. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is a tired warhorse that needs to be put out to pasture. Instead, we have a few years worth of poorly planned movies like A Teen Pregnancy with $1 billion budget. Give people time to miss this crap. It's always around, and familiarity breeds contempt. The 3rd episode isn't really worth talking about. It's full of black girl magic and bad fight scenes. In fact, I forgot I even watched the show till I woke up this morning and checked my to-do list and remembered I had to edit it. I wouldn't recommend this unless you really, really want to see a show with a lot of gay people in it. I mean, if that's your thing, this is it. You want an annoying, self-assured black girl, you got it. You want black women replacing Iron Man, you got it. That's your show. If you want a sort of hip-hop Iron Man, this is it. But it's so unrealistic because the neighborhood they live in is so beautiful and clean. I'm sorry. The hood is not beautiful and clean. The roads are so nice. Have you been to the Bronx? You need a damn Jeep to drive those roads.
Hat tip, it's a Gundam. Another brilliantly edited video. Now, there is a type of fan that loves Ironheart, that loves Riri Williams, that thinks she's stunning and brave. As a matter of fact, the more diverse, the more queer, the more completely nihilistic and dystopian a Marvel Cinematic Universe project is, the more they love it. It's not their fault. They suffer from a disease. It's called chivalry by proxy. It results in social awkwardness, extremely low entertainment standards, and a slavish devotion to anything that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive. They are what's known as a shill. They make me sick. However, there is a man who studies the shill and studies their disease. It is his solemn desire to limit its spread. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Grizzy is a servant of humanity. It is his true mission in life to study the shill, to intuit their peculiarities, and perhaps one day, cure their disease and return them to the ranks of regular humans. But until that day, his prescription is clear. Large, copious amounts of ridicule, laughter, and intense memeing at their expense. And so, let us check in with Mr. Grizzy's latest subjects in his shill studies. Share screen, Mr. Producer. Because, you see, they love Ironheart.
My hot take is that
And they're going to tell us why. Roll tape.
am honestly way more excited for Ironheart than I am about Superman. But I'm excited for both. I'm excited for both. Yes. I'm also very excited for Superman, but I think I'm like that much more excited for Ironheart.
Say, can you do me a favor? You see that fire extinguisher there?
Dad, that's enough! Dad, that's enough! That's enough, Dad!
Seth MacFarlane is so sick. He is so sick. Who's more sick? Trey Parker and Matt Stone or Seth MacFarlane of Family Guy? Family Guy or Seth? Who's more sick? I almost tilt Seth MacFarlane because I'm telling you, Family Guy has some sick stuff in it, and I laugh so hard. I'll never forget. There's this little clip of Peter Griffin. Maybe I'll dig it up. Peter Griffin in a Nike commercial. It's so twisted. It's so dark, but it's so funny. I laugh so hard. And I sent this clip from Family Guy to, some friends and some family, laughy emoji. Oh, this is so funny. And they all responded to me with, oh my God, that's horrible. Why did you send this to me? And I'm like, it's a joke. No, it's funny. That's not funny. And I was like, oh my God, I thought it was funny. All right, roll tape. We are not
Ironheart.
shills.
Ironheart is here, and the first 3 episodes were freaking fantastic.
Ironheart is good. It's good. If you guys want a score, I'll give it.
Oh no. I
don't know, a 9.
Oh my God.
I think you need your balls reattached.
I told you so. I had a feeling that Ironheart was going to be pretty good because that man Ryan Coogler don't miss, and if it's got his cosign, you know it's going to be solid.
Kiss ass. After watching these first 3 episodes, I'm like, I feel stupid feeling semi-worried about this show because, like, obviously it's Ryan Coogler. So, like, obviously the show's going to be fire.
It's just good. Yeah.
It's just good. Like, he's not going to produce, like, a...
These people, oh my God, they're so delusional, man. You know what's so fascinating about this? This is really what's so fascinating about it. Because I've watched, we on the Swords of Starships channel on the Captain's Cast every Sunday. Make sure you like and subscribe. Don't miss it. We're here every Sunday to entertain you. Sundays is a bit of a content desert. Let's admit it. I'm here to step into that gap for you. And what I will tell you is that we have studied the shills quite extensively on this channel. We have watched a lot of these videos, and there is a pattern that I have begun to notice, okay? And this is the really interesting pattern, right? Every time one of these comes out, Secret Invasion, Ahsoka, The Acolyte, Echo, every single time, the shills will, at the time that it comes out, they will talk like this. They'll be like, oh, let's just face it, it was good. It was so good. It was so good that I was even surprised of how good it was. And they'll say that, right? And then 2 or 3 weeks later, maybe a month later, the next thing comes out. And they'll be saying, next thing is so good. It's so good. And let's face it. Ironheart wasn't as good as everyone said, and it got some hate. It wasn't as bad as everyone said, but it wasn't the good thing that we thought it was going to be. But this next thing, this is good. This is really good. And it's like, hey, wait a minute. I thought you said that Ironheart was good. Why are you now admitting that it was bad in the context of saying that current thing is good, right? So classic example of this. When Captain America Brave New Mothman came out, they said, oh yeah, Anthony Mackie is Captain America. Anthony Mackie is so good. Oh my God, Red Hulk was the best action scene ever. We are so back. We are so back. Only the racists and the bigots hate Captain America, right? And then Thunderbolts came out. And they were like, oh my God, Thunderbolts is so good. It is so good. And we needed it. After, Civil War was a little disappointing, but Thunderbolts is so good. It's whoa. I thought you said not Civil War. I thought you said Brave New World was good. Why is Brave New World now not good, but Thunderbolts is? They do this every time. It's unbelievable. So you just wait. The next Marvel thing that comes out, they're going to be saying, you know, Ironheart wasn't as good as we thought, but this is good. This is really top shelf good.
Mediocre thing, or like,
now I have to ask, are we all just supposed to sit here and accept your ridiculous premise that Ryan Coogler is incapable of producing anything mediocre or...
I so agree with you, Crowbar. Family Guy is more disturbing than South Park, but that's I mean, barely, just barely, but yes, I will agree with that. But South Park is better written. I 100% agree. The level of thought and care that they put into the storylines in South Park really is impressive.
Worse in anything that he does. Or are these shills just choosing to look the other way with regards to criticism in everything Ryan Coogler does?
The second one.
I am very surprised how good this show is. Why was this show held back? Like, I would like to know why. Why was there no faith?
How about it sucked?
People have decided that if somebody likes this series, that they must be a shill.
No, after that compilation we just watched, why would anybody think that?
Okay, well, I regret to inform you that apparently a lot of people are shills.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing
Yes.
A lot of positivity about this series.
Yes, a lot of these people who like this show or claim that they like this show are shills because they think that if they give this show a positive review or even just a quote-unquote fair review, which means they're not going to criticize it or lay into it when they know that it's bad.
That is a great point. What is a shill exactly? That he just defined it perfectly. That's a shill. They consider a fair review. They're giving a fair review if they don't criticize it, right? They just say, well, it's not perfect. It could have been better here and there, but it's good. It's really good, though. It's not what the bigots are saying.
They think Disney Marvel will notice that and reward them by inviting them to the premiere of Fantastic Four First Steps or Avengers Doomsday. Eric Voss of the New Rockstars is a perfect example of this. Do you ever notice how he's always finding the positives in everything that he watches and he refuses to criticize? There's a reason for that, and we all know what it is.
This show is so good. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't say it enough. I'm enjoying this definitely more than Daredevil Born Again.
The dialogue is much better.
Oh, there it is! There it is! Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? What did I tell you? They always do this. They always, at the time a thing comes out, they say, this thing is good. It's so good. It's beyond all reproach good. Then the next thing comes out and they say, I'm enjoying this way more than that other thing that wasn't as good. And he just did it. So when Daredevil Born Again is out, oh, it's so good. Daredevil Born Again is so good. Now look what he's saying. He's saying Ironheart is way better than Born Again.
Good. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't say it enough. I'm enjoying this definitely more than Daredevil Born Again.
The dialogue is much better.
They always do this. So at the time Ironheart comes out, they won't say that the dialogue was bad, the character was unlikable. They won't say any of that. But then when they see Fantastic Four First Steps, they're going to say, I have to say, the action in Fantastic Four was really good. It was way better than even Ironheart. It was better than Ironheart. Definitely much better than Ironheart. They know, chat. They know. Folks, they know. They're not shills because they love Ironheart. They're shills because they know it's trash, and they are either pretending to like it or convincing themselves they like it. That's why they're shills. Very clear distinction.
Story crafting, like the characters.
And he might also be a closet homosexual on the verge of coming out.
We're so close. I can feel it.
Nobody's going to be mad. Everything's going to be all right. Just come out of the closet.
And then you have the it's fine or it's not that bad, I didn't hate it crowd.
this is a fine series. This is a fine series.
But if you're someone who's just like, I like Marvel stuff, this is Marvel stuff, and it's fun.
Oh, you know something? For once, I really agree with one of these shills. That was so perfectly said. That was so perfectly stated. It's Marvel stuff, and if you like Marvel stuff, this is Marvel stuff. Honestly, that's my review of Jurassic World Afterbirth. If you like Jurassic dinosaur stuff, well, this is that. This is what that is. This is dinosaur stuff. So if you enjoy dinosaur stuff, go to Jurassic World Afterbirth to see some dinosaur stuff.
And it's not bad.
It's not horrible. You know, it's not a terrible show.
Gerd. Oh, RPG. It's not horrible. Why is he like this? It's horrible. She's a scumbag character.
I'm like, it's literally like, it's fine. Like, that's how most of this has felt to me, is like, it's fine.
Obviously, you don't like the show, but why are your criticisms always so light and so safe?
I'm gonna go talk to James Gunn, one of my favorite filmmakers, for like 5 minutes. My heart's racing.
Oh, right. Say the dumpster fire.
No.
Yeah, it was like, it's just a mediocre time. Yeah, you know.
And we all know the other reason why these people refuse to criticize.
That's the thing, is like, I don't want to placate to the side that was going on Rotten Tomatoes hating on this fucking show before anything released. Like, it was so stupid. And I think that side of the crowd is annoying and volatile and abusive and ugly.
I want to like this, if nothing more.
And it will be my great honor, Sir Madamerit, to continue to annoy you. You can be assured of that.
Just because in my head, to counteract the haters out there who's saying this is terrible, you know, and we know why they're saying it's terrible.
I honestly think this show is going to pleasantly surprise anyone that is skeptical without, you know, being skeptical because they're racist or misogynistic.
Right. I've been seeing other negative reviews by certain creators, you know who they are, that are doing nothing in their reviews but being blatantly racist, saying the most awful, unbelievable things.
Redoubt Production says, why is Grizzy playing the song of my people, the banjo?
And I am so glad that TikTok and other communities are finally calling these people out and saying how horrible they are.
Finally calling these people out? You absolute pajama boys. You absolute pajama boys have been whining and crying about bigotry and toxicity and racism for so many years. It's finally, you never shut up about it. You losers are always whining about this crap. You have destroyed fandom. You have ruined fandom. And you make me sick.
Are you talking about Nerdrotic? Because I hate to break it to you, they are laughing their asses off about this.
Black TikTok, what's up? I'm huge over Black TikTok. FFT, everybody loves it.
I love TikTok.
I'm getting so many nice emails right now. One guy, the worst insult of them all was they said my beard looks like linen from the dryer linen. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to recover from that.
You had this organized hate campaign against it because, ooh, black girls or whatever it was. These little
what? Ew, black girls. Jeez. There's something wrong with this man's brain.
Dickless wannabes.
Oh. Dude, look at how mad. Look at how mad we make these wackos by refusing to bend the knee to this crap. We refuse to allow them to define what is good or not good. We refuse to let them browbeat us into liking things that are trash. And it drives them crazy. It makes them so mad. It makes them so mad that their attempts to tone police and thought police and weaponize empathy against people is failing and being rejected. It makes them so angry And you know something? I take great pleasure and satisfaction in that.
Yeah, people review bombing this show before it even came out. It got down to 32% until Rotten Tomatoes had to stop it. And all I really got to say is, what's wrong with these people? You fear what you don't understand just because people are different than you? Oh, that's some corny ass shit.
Now, as you've heard in this compilation already, the thing that really seems to trigger these people, as you can see by this screenshot, was the review bombing that took place before the show even came out.
I just hate this idea that somebody is going to go on and review bomb a show before it's even been seen by people.
And so anytime I see assholes on the internet doing Rotten Tomatoes stuff or attacking a show,
anyone who actually contributed to this is a loser. Low-life, pathetic piece of shit.
And when you're review bombing a show, that really doesn't say good things about you personally.
And boy, did the organized hate campaign mobilize quick.
Okay, now I just want to take a pause real quick and say, now that all 6 episodes of the show are now out, and even John Campea agrees that it's terrible.
Is Ironheart a good show? No. No, it's not. Not by Marvel standards, not by any standards.
Okay, John, so I guess at the end of the day, the review bombers were right. Again, what a shock.
See, these wackos, they can't seem to understand that some people, not them, some people are actually intelligent, smart enough. Some audience members are sophisticated enough to see a garbage trailer, horrific marketing, a pattern of flops, failures, and disastrously bad TV shows in the rearview mirror. They happen to be smart enough to make what's called a prediction. A prediction. Sometimes they're smart enough to even accurately predict that something is going to be crap. That's all.
Ironheart, more than maybe anybody else so far that has gotten a show, is a character who fans kind of like.
No. I think Riri's going to have a big role in either Doomsday or Secret Wars. Maybe not Doomsday, but probably.
How can you be so wrong all the time? Just keep going. I would be unable to, if I said, if I came out here and I told you Superman's going to be good, it's going to be great, it's going to be the greatest film ever, you're going to love it. And then it comes out and it's terrible, and there were all these signs and that I missed, I would seriously be thinking about that. I'd be like, how did I miss that? How did I get that so wrong? And if it were like constantly every time I predicted something, I was wrong, that would be a real crisis for me. I don't know how I would deal with that. I would say something is not working in my analysis. How do these shills never feel this way? How can they be so wrong all the time? And she is not going to be a major character in Doomsday. Because she's been completely rejected by the fan base. She's an embarrassment. Disney is ashamed of this show. Ashamed of it. That's why it took so long to even come out. Now, if I'm wrong, and she is a major character in Doomsday, well, that will only make my next prediction correct, which is that Doomsday is going to be a total flop. It's going to be a disaster. Because, of course, it is.
Secret Wars.
What, are you retarded?
You do realize, sir, that this show was made 3 years ago, back when Kang was still the big bad in the MCU. So why, when Disney Marvel's moved on from that, would
true. Kang was going to be the bad guy.
She have any major role in any of these upcoming projects?
I like that they're characterizing her here as like someone who is cool with doing crimes.
Well,
I love that the idea that, like, yeah, Tony Stark was obvious.
She's cool with doing crimes. These are dumb people, man. These are fucking dumb people. I like the fact that she's cool with doing like crimes and stuff. Oh, well, you got that all right. She is. She definitely is.
A genius, as was his dad, but it was their money that allowed that genius to flourish. It was their inherent wealth and privilege.
And here we go. This is the MCU
Oh my god!
agenda
Oh my god! See, this is why wokeness is such a cancer for creativity, because everything that these wackos see, participate in creating, everything, all of it has to be tied to this crazed, partisan, wacko ideology. Everything has to be about sexism and racism and misogyny. Everything. They have to frame every single thing that they see and experience in life this way. They weave everything. You know what it would be like? It would be like if all of entertainment culture were controlled by the most fringe, out there conspiracy theorists. You know what I'm saying? Like literally every single thing would have to be woven into how it shows a conspiracy theory to be true. You know what I'm saying? Like if everything were connected to a conspiracy, everything. It really makes sense for this character because we all know that the lizard people are the ones that started the Manhattan Project, blah, 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 blah. It would be exhausting. It would be exhausting to have to listen to this all the time. And that's what they're like. They're like wacko conspiracy theorist loons, and literally things that have nothing to do with feminism or race or anything. They weave it all into the same narrative all the time. It's exhausting.
Action right here. You gotta tear down legacy character by labeling him as a wealthy, privileged white man in order to elevate our new, better, diverse, strong female character.
I know that people calling her arrogant and calling her smarmy Iron Man. Like Downey Jr., because he's a white warmonger, no one criticized that.
Okay, but Tony Stark moved.
What a pajama boy. What an absolute pajama boy.
Moved past that in the very first movie when he realized that his weapons weren't being used for good.
I saw young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend them and protect them.
Downey Jr. because he's a white warmonger.
And I saw that I had become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability.
Yeah, not really getting white privileged warmonger vibes here, you guys.
And that is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International.
Which, by the way, by doing that, Tony Stark was literally wiping out a massive amount of his wealth. I mean, they even in the film, they even point out that like he's a weapons contractor that's declaring he's no longer going to sell weapons. So he's willing to allow his fortune and his company to be destroyed because in his view, it's the right thing to do. Yes, what a privileged, entitled asshole.
Tony Jr. because he's a...
See, and this is also the problem with the Ironheart character, is because you actually could start out the story of Riri Williams as she is arrogant and narcissistic and greedy. And she does do things that are in that vein, that are bad. And then she learns very hard, very bitter lessons from that. And she learns that, wow, I had it so wrong. There is so much opportunity for a character like that to actually win the audience over and actually become a really inspirational character, a character that made mistakes. You know what's great? I think about, and I do not like Tony Stark as Peter Parker's mentor, but I think about Peter Parker in the first Spider-Man Tom Holland film, the Homecoming, and I think about how Peter Parker in that movie is kind of obsessed with joining the Avengers and being a member of the Avengers and finally having, his rightful place. And so he goes out on his own. He tries to do things that Tony Stark has warned him he's not ready for. He gets himself in trouble. He breaks the rules, and Tony Stark literally has to save him from drowning when he makes a dangerous mistake. And and Peter Parker kind of has this whiny, like, I need the suit. I'm nothing without the suit. And Tony Stark says, if you're nothing without the suit, then you don't deserve it, right? And he gives him this kind of like dressing down. At the end of the movie, Peter Parker is offered a role in the Avengers. And by this point, Peter Parker has completely changed the way he sees things. He's like, no, you know what? You're right, Mr. Stark. I'm not ready for this. I have more work to do until I earn it. And he turns it down because of how he's learned as a character from his mistakes and from his arrogance, right? You could have done something similar with Riri Williams that would have worked really well. But you see, wokeness is a sick worldview, and it recognizes no distinction between power, affirmation and validation, and good. Right and wrong is simply the difference between whether you have power and whether you don't. It's the purest expression of evil, because that's how evil sees it. Michael Archangel says, this guy is dumb. The Red Sox hat gives it away. I absolutely love how sports fans are always at each other's throats. Like, because I'm not a sports guy. I mean, I know you might not have been able to tell by looking at me, but I'm not much of a sports guy. But I can tell you, I have a lot of friends that are sports guys, and I love watching how they roast each other. And how they just, they temporarily hate each other's guts based on the teams they root for. It's so funny to me. I really enjoy it. It's really entertaining. I kind of love watching super diehard sports fans watching sports. I kind of enjoy watching them watch it because they're so out of their minds with just rage and jealousy and like smugness. And they're like, oh, your cowgirls. I see your cowgirls lost again, loser. You fucking loser. Want to hang out later? That's so funny, man. They hate each other temporarily. Just temporarily.
White warmonger.
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
You must support the woke.
I really love the way that Ryan Coogler properties make fun of white people.
Wait, what? Which team member other than the Hood intrigues you the most? Myself, I'm here for Slug. Like Slug, I'm loving Slug.
Oh, God, they're so pathetic. They're such groveling, willing slaves. Just willing slaves.
Unbelievable Shea Coulee playing Slug, which is
I love them.
Just a true delight. True
Look,
delight.
I used the correct pronoun. Look at me. I used the correct pronoun. I'm such a good person.
This next clip I just thought was funny because this guy's clearly struggling to remember the made-up pronouns.
Slug appears to be doing them. I think that's the right pronoun. Them, I think.
Oh, I fucking hate wokeness with all of my heart. I really do.
I think Slug is doing them.
The word of mouth is building, and I'm actually starting to see a lot of Black women specifically who I know don't mess with nerdy stuff at all of a sudden being like, oh, what's this Ironheart show? Oh, and they're starting to.
Okay, so apparently Black women are going to show up in masses to resurrect this show from its awful ratings.
Just based off of how things are moving in the word of mouth, I think it's going to take a couple of weeks.
A couple weeks, dude. People are going to completely forget that this show even exists by then.
But I think when it's all said and done, it's not going to be some mega blockbuster or whatever, but I do think the numbers will actually be pretty decent when it's all said and done because the show overall is pretty good, and I am seeing that movement slowly start to happen a little bit.
Yeah, I like the optimism, but I'm not going to agree with the statement.
Can I translate that for you? Translation. Yeah, you're fucking delusional. Like, there's no chance, man. Never gonna happen. You could not possibly be more opposite of right. You could not be more opposite of correct. It's not even possible. You are exactly 180 degrees in the opposite direction of correct. It's so funny, man. Yeah, I think it's gonna pick up steam. We're already seeing the signs. He's like, I can't agree with that statement.
Stings, doesn't it? Those 3 episodes that released in the final batch, I promise you, the experience, the surprise, it's worth it. Especially the finale, it's worth it.
So this is a narrative that's going around that the final 3 episodes, especially the finale, save the show.
4, 5, and 6 are great. Like, they're not good, they're great. I would put the back half of the show in the top half of Marvel TV.
Yeah, it does not. So don't waste your time. Don't sit through 6 episodes of this just to get to the end. It's not worth it. All you get at the end is just some...
Oh, believe me, I know. Believe me, I know.
Jingling keys.
It's one of those shows that I'm watching to keep up with the homework of the MCU and to be in the know, but it just wasn't for me, unfortunately.
Wow. What? That is the most pathetic thing I think I've ever heard a shill say. I mean, they say a lot of pathetic. That is the most pathetic. You literally are exactly what this lazy, just creatively bankrupt corporation wants you to be. They literally are shoveling garbage at you. Just garbage. And their sincerest wish is not that they should ever have to raise the quality or improve anything. Their sincerest wish is that they can put in the least amount of effort possible. They can even release objectively awful trash. And a guy like you, a pajama boy like you, will just say, this was awful and a waste of my time, but I did my homework. I consumed content anyway. What a pathetic loser. You know what? If there's anything, listen. If you love Ironheart, if you love Marvel because it's just Marvel, genuinely, that's fine. This is what I really object to, though. This is what I object to. To just slavishly consume this garbage content, to let these corporations just literally shovel garbage at you, low effort garbage, and to just swallow it. You know? I'm doing the homework. Pathetic. Just pathetic.
This, I guess 6 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10 right now.
This just doesn't work for you.
He just said, that's so funny. He just said, I did not like it. 6 out of 10. That's a passing score. Isn't it? I mean, I guess it's like 60%, which is a D in the K through 12 grading system. Maybe that's how he sees it. It's a D. It's a D plus.
For you, it just doesn't work for you. Stop talking about it. Move on. And let those of us that had fun and enjoyed this show have this. Like, who cares?
In your dreams, Shell. Never gonna happen. Ironheart is trash. And it is my great pleasure to continue explaining exactly why Riri Williams is a scumbag. Ironheart is garbage. You are a shill. And it was written by truly stupid people who eat glue.
Just go watch something else.
Oh, we're having so much fun.
It's really fucking weird and corny for you to have hate boners for other people's enjoyment.
Oh, he's mad.
Bro, you're just mad because...
we got a tuned up shill. Oh, we tuned this one up good, boys.
Because we had more fun ripping on D.E. Ironheart than
Yes.
you did enjoying it.
Yes.
And that's why you
Yes.
and the rest of these shills are constantly crying about it. All right, that is it for now, everyone. Stay tuned for more DEI.
Grizzy with an absolute stem winder. That was a great Grizzy video. We have more fun ripping on it than they have watching it. They can't admit that they don't enjoy it, folks. The disease from which they suffer, and they suffer, means they can't admit it. Because then they would be bad people. If you don't, this is how sick they are, folks. If you don't at least refuse to criticize Ironheart, you're a bad person. You're a toxic fan. You're a cyber bully. Michael Archangel says, as a huge Daredevil fan, Marvel Daredevil Season 3 ended in a good way, and it looked like they were going to do the whole Frank Miller Born Again series. Boy, was I disappointed. 4 out of 10. Oh, yeah. Born Again was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It was a lot of really boring, pointless filler, and the ending was awful. Absolutely awful. You know what? It was typical. It was typical of the late stage MCU on TV. You know, the streaming MCU, basically, which is people sitting in coffee shops talking to each other, episode after episode after episode. That's kind of what it's turned into, or pubs or offices or something, dinner tables, you name it. People sitting and drinking and eating, talking to each other for 90% of the episode, which is kind of the parallel to also what was low key the problem with Game of Thrones, which is people walking in gardens scheming for 40 minutes and then one interesting thing happening at the end of the episode. This was always my problem with Game of Thrones, even when it was good. Most of it was just people South Park even did a whole episode making fun of this. It's just people walking in gardens all the time. That's all they do. They just walk around in gardens talking to each other. My friends used to get so mad at me too, because look, I watched every single episode of Game of Thrones. I was glued to it and I was into it, but I had a love-hate relationship with it because the things about it that were great were really, really great. But the things about it that bugged me really bugged me. And so my friends who were super into the show, which I was into it, but they were even more into it. And we would be talking about the show and I'd be like, yeah, but I'm tired of all this filler. I'm tired of every episode being 90% just Littlefinger and the Spider circling each other in the throne room, rehashing everything they've already said every single episode. Oh, you're just a hater. Why don't you like, why you got to be so down on it? And that was cool. I really enjoyed that. I'm like, look, I want a lot less talky, a lot more sword swingy. You know what I'm saying? I want to actually see the Viper fight the Mountain finally, and then finally that happened. And then I regretted getting to that part. But my point is, it bugged me, and it bugged my friends that it bugged me. So now I'm on the internet bugging the public about it. People get so mad at me sometimes when they're like, you saw the movie? Yes, I did. Oh, it was good, right? And then I pause. I'm hesitating a little, like, oh, damn it, you hated it. And I'm like, I hated it. I really did. They're like, oh, Garrett, you're no fun. How come you never like anything? I do like things. I like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is boring. Why don't you like Lord of the Rings? I do. I'm curious about the Rotten Tomato scores on old Riri. Let's pull that up real quick, Mr. Producer. I just want to take a quick look at it. Let's see where it's sitting right now, shall we? So we got Ironheart. There it is. Now remember, it was down to a 32% before it aired. There it is. It's sitting at a 50% audience score. That is such a lie. That is a lie. I guarantee you it's lower than that. Look at all these shill reviewers saying 82%. Critic consensus. Dominique Thorne ignites the MCU skies with charisma and confidence to boot, making Ironheart a worthy watch despite its conventional genre armor. Watch her do her deal with the devil at the end. She saves lives with the power of black magic. Let me see this audience score here. Let's see. Let me pull up the ratings here. Let's see. 2 stars. Characters felt dry. I ended up rooting for the Hood. Many scenes in this show seemed really forced. Hard watch because of the constant decisions of Riri. It made her an unlikable, quote, hero and made it seem like she was actual villain. This is a bot. You know, they say that there's negative review bombing. There is 100% positive review bombing. Look at this. 5 stars. It's one of the best efforts by Disney. Love the show and the talent. That is 100% a bot. They didn't even mention the title or any of the characters. Just, it's one of the best efforts by Disney. They literally just copy and paste these. The first episode pulled me in. The second episode, seal the deal. Great show. Good vibes. Yeah, must have loved all the crime and stuff. Good vibes, brought back the original suit transformations. Not much more you can ask for this beside the season 2. Please give us a season 2. Let me see. Half of a star. An absolute stain on the legacy of Iron Man himself. This show completely misunderstands what a hero, relatable and likable. Riri is by far the worst character they have to offer right now. The show is unfocused and pandering. Nothing feels earned by the end. I'd love to give this show some credit, but it doesn't deserve any. Well, that's clearly a racist bigot. Half star. It continues to perplex me as to why Marvel, and furthermore Disney, are trying to essentially erase the legacy of the Tony Stark Iron Man character. Excuse me, let me answer that for you. Because he is white and wealthy. Resume quote. Marvel introduced the Ironheart character in the comics, and it was a complete failure. Yet they continue to push the character any chance they get, injecting it into storylines that make zero sense. Now they just had to do a live action, and we get more of the same. Stop trying to make Ironheart happen. I think it's over. I think we can safely say they're going to stop making it try to happen. 1.5 stars. It's a little slow, and some of the episodes felt forever to get through, spelled THREW, and I really don't think it was worth it to watch just to get to the one great episode it had. Which episode? Which episode did it have that was great? 1 star. Disappointing direction. Disney continues to miss the mark with Ironheart. As a longtime fan of Marvel and someone who genuinely wants to see new stories succeed, Ironheart is a frustrating example of Disney's continued inability to deliver content that resonates with a wider audience. Instead of creating a show that builds meaningful connections with viewers, Ironheart feels like another box checked, more interested in signaling than storytelling. The series lacks emotional depth, relatable stakes, and a cohesive tone. It struggles to balance its tech-heavy premise with any genuine character development, leaving us with a protagonist who feels more like a template than a person we can root for. There's a wealth of opportunity in a character like Riri Williams, a young, brilliant black woman navigating the legacy of Tony Stark. But that opportunity is squandered in favor of forced dialogue, shallow plot lines, and a tone that shifts from awkwardly comedic to overly serious without ever hitting the right rhythm. What's more troubling is the broader trend this represents. Disney seems more concerned with chasing trends and checking boxes than crafting universally compelling stories. Instead of grounding its narratives in themes that connect with a wide range of viewers, like resilience, identity, or legacy, it continues to deliver content that feels overly engineered and out of touch. It's not about representation, it's about execution. Audiences aren't asking for less diversity, they're asking for better storytelling. Well, that tells me that this is clearly just a racist, misogynistic piece of shit that is review bombing. That's what that is. This is a bigot. That's just a bigot who doesn't like black people or women and is review bombing. Disregard. 1 star. Ironheart is the newest addition to the ever-growing list of disappointing MCU shows. Hopefully it will be the end of the MCU's downward spiral and the begging of a new era going back to previous model of production. Never going to happen. I'm really sorry to tell you, but that's never going to happen. That's a blue pill. That is a, God love him, that is a blue pill right there. I used to be one of them when it came to Star Trek. Half star. Perhaps, believe me, I know what it's like to be a blue pill. I know exactly what it's like. I wanted to believe. And then Alex Kurtzman, the dumbest man in entertainment, crushed that out of me. Half of a star. Perhaps one of the most disappointing, poorly written, poorly structured, poorly acted shows I've ever seen. Everything about this show hurts to watch. The acting is abysmal. If Hollywood was a meritocracy, these people's careers would end this. The show itself is just dumb. Honestly, content of this quality feels like an insult to fans, like they're laughing at how little effort they need to put in. We literally have a shill. We literally have a shill who said he did not like it. He only did it so he could have completed the homework for the MCU. He is the perfect Disney consumer. The most desirable Disney consumer right now. An obedient pajama boy who does the homework and swallows the medicine. Half a star. Ironheart eventually fails. Although the premise is intriguing, Riri never grows past smugness. The writing stiffens into wooden dialogue and the pacing collapses under uneven tone, making her difficult to root for. By episode 4, character arcs become cliched, and the techno-magic mashup feels forced. Yes, it's visually stunning, but the story is uninspired and hollow. You are a racist piece of shit. Clearly we have racist alert. Racist alert. Half star. Saying Tony wouldn't be where he is if not for his money is the last thing I'll watch of this dreadful, cringeworthy show. Marvel's really trying to ruin their only good scheme. Well, you're just a bigot, sir. You're just a bigot and an incel. I can't read any more of these bigots and incels and their review bombing. Wrangler says, I'm back. My brother came over, so I had to break away for a bit. Never apologize, Wrangler. Good to have you. We march on. What else do we have in the stack of stuff? Well, since we are on the subject of capitalism, I came across a rather fascinating article, and I thought I would go over it. As you know, I am a huge fan of the Fallout franchise, but I also have a critique of the Fallout franchise, and it led to the downfall of the Fallout TV show. This is, of course, Wrangler, that better not be a second super chat. Okay, that was going to be Wrangler's being too generous today. Crowbar the Skull with a $2 oh my goodness. Why do you do this to me, Crowbar? Crowbar with a $2 donation for the Shill Fund. Crowbar, thank you. Thank you. So if you don't know, in my spare time, I also run a charity. It's very much a passion project of mine. The charity's purpose is to save the life of shills. See, they suffer from a terrible disease, and my charity allows you to sponsor a shill. If you donate just $1 a day. You can be the one that helps restore a minimal quality of life to a suffering shill. A shill who goes through their days slavishly devoted to Disney without even clean water to drink. You can help rebuild the village of a shill. When you donate to a suffering shill, they receive a picture of you and your home address and personal phone number so that they know who it is that takes care of them and keeps their quality of life at a minimal level. Their disease can't be cured, at least not yet, but their suffering can be eased. When you donate to save and sponsor a shill, you will receive a portrait of your sponsored shill along with regular letters, handwritten in crayon, apprising you of their progress. There's an old Hebrew saying, save the life of a shill and save the world entire. That is what you, dear Crowbar the Skull, have done today with your generous $2 donation. Thank you. And to all thinking of giving, pick up that phone. Do it today. Don't wait. Wrangler! With a $4.20, he has answered the call to save the life of a shill. Thank you, Wrangler. I am overwhelmed with your generosity. It truly is incredible. The shills will survive another day in their terrible condition thanks to your generosity. Okay, kill the music, Mr. Producer. Just call me the Sally Struthers of the shill, okay? Thank you. It means a great deal to them. I really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Okay, now on to the article. This from PC Gamer. Original Fallout co-creator Tim Kaine says, a critique of capitalism was never the point of the games. And if anything, they're about how war is inevitable given basic human nature. War never changes. See, now this is the thing. This is why I knew that the Amazon Fallout series was doomed. It was never going to take the concept seriously. If you don't know, if you're new to the channel, I reviewed the Fallout TV series, right? And I consider it a huge disappointment, that show, because take away the fact that it's Fallout, okay? Just forget for a moment that it's part of the Fallout world. If you love the Fallout world, just set that aside for a minute and just look at it as if it were just in a vacuum, a post-apocalyptic story. Would it be interesting? Would it have anything interesting to say? It doesn't. It doesn't have anything interesting to say. In fact, it's kind of absurd. It's completely absurd as a post-apocalyptic world, right? So why is that? Well, it's because nothing makes a Hollywood wacko happier than to lampoon capitalism. And that's what happened. So once Bethesda got a hold of the Fallout series, even though I feel they mostly did a really good job, they loved putting in this sort of campy critique of like Red Scare capital. Oh, look at those wackos who are always afraid and paranoid of communism. Oh, isn't that stupid? That's stupid. It's stupid to be afraid of communism. Oh, no. Oh, Yahtzees. Yahtzees are everywhere. The rise of fascism. Oh, my God. Oh, but being afraid of communism, that's just right-wing wackos. So, of course, the show, that's basically all the show is. The show is a campy, ridiculous lampooning of capitalism in the silliest way possible. Michael Archangel says, you haven't eaten enough double whoppers to even be compared to Sally Struthers. Oh, no, that's true. She'd always be like, she was a very body positive woman. She was ample. She was ample. And she would be pleading with you to save the life of these starving children in Africa, and they'd just be skin and bones. And yet she was not at all. She was not at all missing any meals. And she'd be like, please. And it'd be like, well, Sally, why don't you give them some of your food? What if you spent, no, that's not the point. All right, Sally Struthers catching strays here. Now, resuming with the article. But he doesn't mind if you take an anti-capitalist message anyway, anyhow. Oh, okay, great. Well, that's reassuring. What's Fallout about? I haven't read this article, so I'm experiencing this live with you, my dear chat. What is Fallout about? War, nukes, consumerism, imperialism, how easy it is to misplace close relatives, all of the above. It's a debate that's raged for decades, and no wonder. Fallout is a pretty rich text as video game series go, and there's all sorts of messages you can read into the likes of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas. 14 years later, you can still click into any forum on the internet and find people arguing about which ending is best for the Mojave in Nevada. It's Yes Man. But here's what it's not about, or at least what it's not inherently about. Anti-capitalism. That's according to Tim Kaine, one of the series' original co-creators over on his YouTube channel. More specifically, Kaine spoke about it in the comments of one of his recent uploads, a video prosaically titled Capitalism, in response to a fan asking about Kaine's view on Fallout as a critique on capitalist corporative greed. Kaine's response was unequivocal. Critique of capitalism was never the point of Fallout. How can you tell? Because the game went out of its way to mention that other countries like China were also behaving terribly, which is very true, of course. In the original isometric Fallouts that Kaine worked as a lead on, the U.S. was a horrifying dystopia, a chauvinist capitalist hellscape that imposed its will on the world and shot anyone who disagreed. But it wasn't unique. Fallout's China, which never dropped the smash the old world and forge the new world ideology of Mao Zedong thought era, was also plenty violent. In fact, in Kaine's original vision, it was China who dropped the bomb first. China. If anything, says Kaine, Fallout is a comment that war is inevitable, given basic human nature, and the mode of production doesn't necessarily have all that much to do with it. Close quote for a second. I actually fairly agree with that statement. I really do. See, to me, that's all stop. That is the correct reading of the Fallout universe. That is the correct reading of the Fallout universe from my perspective. And if you're going to interpret the Fallout video games as a TV show, that should be the primary thematic underpinning of it. That should be the theme right there. Capitalism, communism, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, human nature is the issue. Human nature is what is being critiqued in the Fallout universe. And it's one of the reasons why I actually quite like, in the game world, I actually quite like the juxtaposition of the sort of decayed, burned out remains of the capitalistic world with all their garish advertisements about sugar bombs and toys and you know, all that sort of stuff. You hear old radios that are still playing the oldies. Like, I love that while you're fighting super mutants and raiders who are putting people's heads on spikes. Like, I love that juxtaposition because to me, it's a critique of human nature and how if we don't find some way, to rise above our baser instincts, this is what our future is going to be. One way or another, we're going to light those things off, and this is what we're all in for. Those of us that survive, anyway. And that is where I think Fallout has a lot to say as a post-apocalyptic world, and where, as a video game, it succeeds wildly, and as an Amazon TV show, failed miserably. Resume quote. That doesn't mean Kane disapproves of an anti-capitalist read, mind you. Quote, I don't think I have any themes that run in common in all my games, maybe mistrust of power, close quote. And I agree with that. I think that's a great thematic element, said Kane. But, I'm saying that. But Kane says, people will interpret my games in all kinds of ways, and that's okay. Everyone brings their own perspective, and a story can mean different things to different people. Honestly, pinko that I am, I've always taken an anti-capitalist read on the original Fallout games. This is the author of the article speaking now. But I'm not too surprised that Kane wasn't necessarily trying to make an isometric RPG version of the Grundrisse back in the 90s. When I consider his work like the outer... What is that word, Mr. Producer? I hate it when I encounter a word I do not know. That's rare. It's very rare that I encounter a fancy word that I don't know. So when I do, I need to know what it is. Grundrisse? Let's see. The Grundrisse der Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. I have no idea if I pronounced any of that. Often simply the Grundrisse. I love when Wikipedia gives you a German pronunciation in German so you can't pronounce it. That doesn't help me at all. Is an unfinished manuscript by the German philosopher Karl Marx. The series of 7 notebooks was rough drafted by Marx chiefly for purposes of self-clarification. All right. How to pronounce... Let's see. How do we pronounce it?
Grundrisse, German.
That doesn't help me at all.
Grundrisse, German.
Did you get any of that, chat? I sure didn't. Where is the back button? Oh, there it is. Mozilla's. How to pronounce Grundrisse? Pronounced. Again! You've spelled it in the... Drisa. Grundrisse. Okay, that's what... Okay, I got it. All right, back to the article. But I'm not too surprised that Kane wasn't necessarily trying to make an isometric RPG version of the Grundrisse back in the 90s. When I consider his work like The Outer Worlds... Oh, I hated The Outer Worlds! I returned it for a refund, which was intensely satirical of corporate life without making much criticism of capitalism or private property as a whole. It makes sense that the critique of capital just isn't something that interests him that much. Fair enough, I suppose. Kane's still been responsible for some of my favorite games, even if he doesn't share my read of them. Plus, if there's one thing the Marx adjacent among us don't need help with, it's reading anti-capitalism into literally everything. Left-wing wacko, for sure. Definitely. So there you have it. I found that rather interesting that Tim Kaine, the original creator of Fallout, he was not critiquing capitalism. Specifically, he was critiquing human nature, specifically our violent nature, as epitomized in the tagline, "War Never Changes." So there you go, chat. Okay, let's check out... do I want to do this one? Yeah, let's check in with some Star Wars news, shall we? So apparently, Mark Hamill had something to add to his character of Luke Skywalker. During the filming of The Last Jedi, which he famously did not like the portrayal of Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, and he called it, he's the one who coined the term Jake Skywalker. That was Mark Hamill who did that. He said I don't really think of this guy as my Luke Skywalker, so I just thought of him as Jake Skywalker. Well, he came up with a headcanon to explain Jake Skywalker and how he behaves. So I thought we would dive into it. So here's the podcast where he explains this.
When you read it. Well, here's the thing, and I'd love to clear this up. Rian Johnson is one of the most gifted directors I've ever worked with.
Gag me with a spoon. Listen, Hollywood actors and creatives will glaze each other. They will always glaze each other like this because, remember, they're colleagues and they play nice with each other because, you know, they are on the team of creating stuff. And so they insulate each other and they glaze each other from criticism because that's just their instinct. That's their instinct. So it's annoying and it's an eye roll, but do not allow... Look, Rian Johnson is a moron who produced garbage, absolute garbage in The Last Jedi. He thinks he's a brilliant creative because all he knows how to do is turn obvious tropes on their head. He doesn't understand Lucas's vision, and he destroyed Star Wars. But Mark Hamill is a colleague, and so he's going to glaze him no matter what.
He's amiable, he's fun on set, he's smart. He made a great movie. I think the staging of the standoff between Kylo Ren, Adam Driver, and I at the end is so well staged. You know, the foreshadowing that I'm not really there. Adam wipes the snow away and you see the red planet beneath. I wipe the snow and it's just snow. I mean, that's so subtle. I love Knives Out and Brick and Looper. He's one of my favorite directors. And the fact that I went public with my dissatisfaction with the motivation for Luke becoming a suicidal hermit might have colored things in a way that maybe I should have kept that to myself. But I kept saying to Ryan,
yes, Michael Archangel, Hamill does suffer from TDS, and it's maybe an even worse disease, a more destructive disease than Chillery by proxy. It's bad.
And this would just make Luke double down even. He said, well, your whole, you know, your class at the Jedi Academy were wiped out.
And he turned on me. He must have thought I was dead.
Isn't this just what we all wanted? To see Luke Skywalker turned into a sad, miserable old man that almost murdered his nephew? Isn't that great? Isn't that just heartwarming? Isn't that what we all thought about at the end of Return of the Jedi? That's the future we saw?
I said, Ryan, I saw entire planets wiped out. If anything, Luke doubles down and it hardens his resolve in the face of adversity. So
Hamill is correct here. Hamill is correct on this point because what he's saying is that, like, when he read the script, he's like, so Luke Skywalker gave up because one of his students betrayed him and wiped out his Jedi temple. And Hamill's reaction to that was, Luke saw Alderaan destroyed. Luke saw Hoth destroyed. Luke saw the worst horrors of the Empire. And all it did was convince him of his own resolve. He would only double... This is a brilliant point, and it shows that for all of Mark Hamill's lunacy, he understands the character of Luke Skywalker better than Rian Johnson does. Michael Archangel says his best performance was at the recent BAFTAs when his pants fell off. Yeah, possibly.
So that's all. I said, can I make up my own backstory of why he is the way he is? I don't want to just say that, you know, I have bumped my head and I have brain damage. He said, yeah, do whatever you want. So I made up a much, much darker backstory that I thought could justify him being that way. You want to hear what it was? Spill it, Hamill. I thought, what could make someone give up a devotion to what is basically a religious entity, to give up being a Jedi? Well,
now, my dear sailors and star nauts, what you are about to hear There are so many powerful lessons in what you were about to hear in how we got here. How did we get to a point where all of our favorite childhood heroes are dragged out of retirement in unnecessary sequels, and they are portrayed as alcoholics, drunks, home breakers, losers, sad sacks who've given up on life, hate life, and literally long for death? Indiana Jones comes to mind. Captain Jean-Luc Picard comes to mind. You know damn well that if Kurtzman ever got William Shatner to come back to play James T. Kirk again, it's exactly what he would be. He would be a loser, absolute loser, which is why William Shatner is like, hell no, I'm not coming back to play Kirk ever again. Screw that. It's a smart man. How did we get to this point? Well, this answer is about to explain to you exactly how we got to this point. This type of thinking that Hamill is about to divulge. In addition, what you are about to hear is also one of the best arguments I have ever heard for why actors are not writers. Why actors need to stay in their lane, because their job is not to write. Now, can a good writer possibly also be a good actor? In some cases, yes. Sylvester Stallone comes to mind. Rocky, the Rocky films. But that is the exception that proves the rule. Roll tape.
Oh, the love of a woman. So he falls in love with a woman. He gives up being a Jedi. They have a child together. At some point, the child, as a toddler, picks up an unattended lightsaber, pushes the button, and is killed instantly. The wife is so full of grief, she kills herself. I thought that would be, because I think about, I hear these horrible.
This is Mark Hamill's headcanon for how he got into character to play Jake Skywalker. Is this not incredible? He basically created a backstory for why Jake Skywalker in The Last Jedi is the way he is. And if you don't know, Jake Skywalker is the term Mark Hamill coined for the interpretation of Luke Skywalker that you see in Return of the Jedi. AKA, he's not really Luke Skywalker. That's why he calls him Jake Skywalker. That's why we call him Jake Skywalker. In his headcanon, Luke Skywalker gave up being a Jedi because he fell in love with a woman, had a kid, and his kid picked up his lightsaber and accidentally killed himself with it. His wife then killed herself. Oh my God. This is what so much of our modern storytelling is divulged into. Everything is so bleak. Everything is so nihilistic. I myself, as a writer, have been almost pulled into this. When I was working on my own novels, Blood and Oak, which, to be fair, deal with a man who's lost everything and is very desperate. There's no doubt about it. But you know what's so interesting is there was an ending to my first novel that was suggested to me by a friend of mine when I was still working on the ending and I was, kind of getting his ideas on things. And he said, this is how I would end it. And he gave me this ending that was so bleak, so depressing. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And the really terrifying thing about it is, at the time, I kind of liked it. I was tempted. I was a little bit tempted to make it the ending. I said, wow, if I wrote that ending, I would be writing a true work of literary fiction. If I wrote that ending, it would show that I was truly committed to my craft, because it's the kind of ending for which there could be no sequel. It's the kind of ending that is so unhappy and soul-crushing that it can't help but be authentic and true. What a great ending that would be. This is literally what my thought process at the time was. I probably should end it that way. If I'm serious about being a writer who will be remembered one day, this is the kind of ending I should be thinking about. And I look back on that thought process now, and I just have to laugh. I just have to laugh at how stupidly wrong-headed that thinking was. And I'm telling you, this was in the height of the Game of Thrones frenzy. This was in the height of like rising nihilism and storytelling. And I can't, basically it's an ending where the main character just truly loses everything and has to face that. And just has to face that he lost everything and there was never a chance he was ever getting it back. And when I was writing my second novel, Blood and Oak Wolves Will Eat, which basically concludes the first story arc that starts out in the first book. It concludes the arc in the second book. And I remembered this guy who was at one of my writers groups, and he was exactly the type of guy that would think like Rian Johnson, you know, the kind of guy, except Rian Johnson has a fair degree more talent than this guy has or will ever have. But this guy often, he loved identity politics. He was very much that kind of writer, and he loved the kind of nihilistic, faux literary style of just writing, just rotten, bleak everything. And he was trying to convince me to kill off my main character. After reading one chapter out of context, without any other context, your main character sucks. If you were a bold writer, you'd kill him off. And I remember just having to tell the guy, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe it's true, but if it were true that a good writer would kill off this character, I still wouldn't do it. Because I don't believe that's the story I'm trying to tell. It's not my vision for the character, and it's not the story I'm writing. This story is not going to have a perfect ending, but it's going to have a happy ending. The character is going to win in the end. At cost, to be sure, but he is going to win. Because that's the story I set out to tell. And I'm pretty proud, as I look back on it, I'm pretty proud that I resisted those temptations back in the day. Because it's easy to get caught up in this kind of thinking. So what Mark Hamill is describing here is it is a doom loop that Hollywood has been caught up in for years, and it's only been getting worse and worse. And you can see with James Gunn's Superman how difficult it is for these creatives to get out of this mindset. You would think that telling a simple story about Superman being the bright, optimistic, truth, justice, and the American way, lovable Boy Scout hero that we all have grown up knowing, you would think that that was the most difficult, Herculean, near impossible task in all of creative fiction. James Gunn is out there patting himself on the back every 20 minutes about what a freaking hero he is. Atlas holding up the world. Because he has managed to figure out how he can write a cute little dog and how that will help him write Superman. Superman, he's a hero. He does good things. I cracked it. It took me years, but I finally cracked it. And yet he hasn't. Isn't it? It's incredible. Just write a good man being a good man. Just write that. They can't do it. They can't do it. Hollywood is in a state of decay. Hollywood is out there at sea drowning. And I am here on the Swords of Starship channel to grab a garden hose and stick it right down its throat. That's my goal. Which is a reference to the film The Founder, if you haven't seen it. It's a great film. The Founder, starring Michael Keaton, which is about Ray Kroc, the guy who bought McDonald's and turned it into the mega, multi-billion-dollar franchise it is today. That's the story. And there's a great scene at the end where Ray Kroc is on the phone with the McDonald's brothers, who in the film, he has screwed the McDonald's brothers out of their, it's a little more complicated than that, but basically he bought McDonald's for pennies on the dollar because he wanted the name. And the McDonald's brothers are mad at him because of what a shyster, what an asshole he is. And he basically says, look, I'm a businessman. I'm willing to do what you guys aren't willing to do, which is if I see my competitor drowning, I'm going to grab a garden hose and I'm going to stick it right down his throat. I was like, that is one of the fucking savage. That's one of the most savage lines in a movie I've ever heard. It's so good. You got to watch it. Anyway, we who have watched Hollywood turn to nihilism and communist garbage and identity politics wackoism and literally destroy all of our sacred IPs, all of our favorite characters, they have bastardized and destroyed because they're not creative or talented enough to create their own things. We who have watched all that, we now see Hollywood drowning in the age of AI and streaming, the streaming bubble, and just audiences leaving the theater and not coming back. They're out there drowning, folks. And we are going to take a garden hose and stick it right down their throat by not paying for their shitty movies.
Stories about these children that find unattended guns and so forth and wind up dead. And I thought that resonated with me so deeply that that could possibly...
That's right. Fu Man Blue does have a signed copy of both of my books, Blood and Oak and Wolves Will Eat. And of course, I signed them at the Nerdrotic meetup last year. It was good times.
Possibly, but he didn't have the time to tell a backstory like that, I'm guessing. He just wanted a brief thing to explain it. And to me, it didn't justify it. That said, and I told him...
But Rian Johnson is such a nice guy. He's such a brilliant writer, and yet he wrote a shit character that wasn't justified. See what I mean? You see what I mean? They glaze each other because they're colleagues, and they have to be that way. But Mark Hamill, in the same interview, is explaining that Rian Johnson's character work was wanting. It was wanting. And what's incredible is that in order to justify the character that you see on screen, Mark Hamill in his headcanon came up with this depressing, bleak horror story about how his child had killed himself with his lightsaber. That is insane. Universal says, welcome, Anthony. I didn't even see that. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Ahoy, Anthony Timmons. Welcome aboard, says Mark Hamill's a raging lunatic. Yeah, I know. I think we're all on the same page with that, are we not? Or are we not? Yeah, if you didn't catch it, Anthony, we're reviewing Mark Hamill's headcanon for how he was able to get into the character of Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. And to me, it is symptomatic of the larger problem in modernist storytelling, which is they simply cannot envision men that are successful leaders, loving and powerful fathers, role models that their sons and daughters aspire to be. I was speaking earlier of like one of the things, despite its many flaws, Man of Steel, one of the things Man of Steel, in my view, got almost right. I say almost, but like the character of Jonathan Kent was up until the point where he makes his son let him die. Other than that, he was a great character. It's basically teaching his son his morals and his values, and ditto Martha Kent. But I suppose I'm sort of saying in the same breath that he kind of undid all of that by having a son. Whatever. My point is, we can't have men that are role models, leaders, heroes who do good things for the right reasons because they're just the right reasons. And it's because this kind of insane, crazy thinking.
despite the fact that I disagree with your choices for Luke, I'm going to do everything within my power to make your screenplay work as best that I can. And the only thing unfortunate about that is I've heard comments from fans who think that I somehow dislike Rian Johnson, and nothing could be further from the truth. And by the way, that story about my made-up...
So what? We don't care. I don't care, Mark. I don't care whether you like him or not. And I don't actually think fans really care either. I think what fans are mostly saying is, you know, just like we know, that the Luke Skywalker portrayed in Rian Johnson's monstrosity, The Last Jedi, was not the character. That was not the character from the original trilogy. And that was a betrayal of Star Wars fans everywhere. And you know it. That's all. You know it.
Backstory. I've never told that before. That's an exclusive for you, Jesse.
First of all, thank you. You know I thrive on exclusives.
Good.
I'm all about breaking news. I'm a real reporter, not just a dope that interviews artists on the weekends.
Well, you've convinced me.
This is such an NPR interview. This is such an NPR. Yes, thank you, Mark, for coming on. It's been so great talking to you on a weekend. Yes, we are very intelligent and sophisticated on NPR because we talk quietly without emotion. And we whisper because when we whisper and talk in low tones and we're boring deliberately, that means that we're intellectual and erudite. Unlike low IQ MAGA supporters and average working class Americans who are stupid, we are intelligent. We are college Ivy League educated. And that's why we sound so boring all the time. Because whenever we say anything whatsoever, you can know that it is true. Because we wouldn't say it otherwise. And even if we said it, if we said something that wasn't true in this voice, that would be impossible. Because everyone knows that the smartest people are the most boring people. That's how I should be, chat. I should be like that. I should talk in low tones. I should be like, I saw Ironheart. Ironheart is a sophisticated look at a young woman who is brilliant and a genius. And she is forced to embrace a life of crime thanks to white privilege and the patriarchy. And her heroic and stunning and brave pact with the devil, I thought, was very empowering and really beautiful to watch. And she's way better than Iron Man. Tony Stark, he is a prosaic and formulaic white man who has benefited from the patriarchy. Because we are sophisticates. They're so dumb. They're so lame. They're so boring. Who needs that? Who needs that? Wrangler says NPR reporters are practicing for that gig commentating on the golf tournament. I know. They're like, the only way to solve climate change is to use windmills. Windmills will produce 3 times the amount of power that all other human power sources produce combined. Once installed, windmills will make possible a new utopia in which healthcare is free and nobody wants for everything. That's true because I said it in a low, whispering tone, and I am an intelligent, college-educated person, which most of you listening are not. Was it Lando by Michael Archangel says in the Solo movie? I don't think so. No. He was into robots. Well, they implied that he had a kind of romantic attachment to the female robot, if such a thing can exist, in the film. Michael Archangel saying, Hollywood is so far gone, that's the reason I watch anime. I don't blame you. In fact, Staffjeri has not appeared this session, but I watched Kaiju number 8. I actually watched Kaiju number 8, the first 2 episodes, and I have to say that it took a turn about 5 times. Like about 5 times, I think I know where this is going, and it takes another left turn. But I think I figured out what the show is about now, and I was laughing my ass off when the titular Kaiju number 8 is introduced. It was very funny. I can't figure out, though, if the show is a comedy or not. So we'll see. I'll keep watching it, but pretty good so far. Pretty good. We'll keep a sharp eye on that. And I watched a little more Stargate SG-1, Fu Man Blue. I watched another episode. It's where Daniel's wife, that plot line is resolved. She dies, but he has a new reason to continue searching through the Stargates. Wrangler says, forgive my crudeness, but I can fart and produce more power than a windmill. Just hold my beer and pass me that Taco Bell. That's very impressive, Wrangler, and I believe you. I appreciate you not putting too fine a point on it. Thank you. Wrangler, I agree with you. Flatulence is it's an underestimated source of green energy, and I feel that if we could tap into that, we could really mitigate a lot of our carbon footprint. Universal says, I immensely enjoyed Hamill as the Joker. Yeah, that's widely regarded as one of his most iconic roles. Well, I mean, what can I say? He's good at acting. Redoubt Productions says, I have broken loose the rum. The chat shall now rejoice. Redoubt Productions is having an adult beverage. Well, you've earned it, Redoubt. Good work on that video, Redoubt. You have stepped up a notch, and I appreciate that. Well, we've had a good one. Have we had a good one, chat? I think we have. Well, I finished it. Ironheart. I think that's the last one I've got in me, chat. That is the last MCU garbage, aside from at least TV shows. That's probably the last MCU TV show I can do. I don't know if I'll ever watch another one. Because, my God, that was terrible. That was torture. Miserable. Look, I hope I'm wrong about Superman. I really, really, truly hope it's great. We'll see, chat. We will see. It was great hanging out with you. No, Redoubt. I would never run away from you in fear. Never. But if I stay too long, next thing I know, you'll have me watching some other trash, and I can't risk it. I can't risk it. Well, thank you, my dear sailors and starnauts, for hanging out. If you enjoyed this stream, if I brought you any enjoyment at all, please put a like on the video, subscribe to the channel. More and better content is ever in the works and on the way. So I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel, and until next time, thank you all. God bless us, everyone, and I will see you out there.